Okay, we here. We here. Welcome. Welcome to the Watchalong. I told you games that are on Peacock. We'll do Watchalong, so this is an easy one. Um nice to see you all. So a couple things before we get into it. The chat bar will not appear on the side because I discovered today that OBS in their, which is like the streaming software I use, their most recent update broke custom CSS. So you can't see the chat at all, no matter what you do. So I have to downgrade my OBS if I want the chat to come back, which I didn't do right now. So hopefully that gets fixed in a future update, but it'll come back later. This is what I get. I ignored the update message for so long, and then I update it, and it breaks things. So Chelsea picked the team that I would pick, given what we knew. I think the only doubts were Colwill and Enzo Fernandez. Colwill, I think, was much more likely to make it. Panafooty, can you see the chat though? No, I can see the chat. OBS has like a panel. OBS has a panel that I can see, but you guys can't see the chat. So you will not be able to see yourself type what you say, but I will. Which sucks. But what do you want me to do? I actually can do, like, I can do this for today. It'll look like ass, but it'll do something. It'll do something. Here's how this is gonna look. You can see the chat, and it's gonna be so ugly, but it's there. It's there. So do as you please. Now you can see yourself. So Chelsea are playing the team that I would have picked. Colwill and Enzo Fernandez were the two that we were like, I don't know if these guys are going to be available. Chelsea do have a terrible record when I do a watch along, so if we lose, it's my fault. But it's the team that I would pick. I think it's the best back four available. I think it's the best midfield available. If Enzo Fernandez was not going to be in here, if Enzo Fernandez was not going to be in the team, I had no idea what the solution was going to be in midfield, because like I don't think you could get away with playing Dewsbury Hall today. I think that is extremely not viable. But it's the best choice of wingers. It's the best night. Like I think this is all the best team. This is all the best team. This is the team I would go with. On the other side, City, I'm quite surprised that Marmoush and Kusanov have gone straight into the starting 11. I thought there was a chance we would see Kusanov play right back because he's so quick. And they would go like Stones or something at center back, but they have not chosen to do that. Or they would go Stones at right back. They've not chosen to do that. I am extremely curious to see if Marmoush is as a 10 as he's listed here, or if he's the left winger. Like I'm very curious if it's Foden and Silva wide, whatever sides they go on, or if it's Marmoush and Foden wide. My guess is it's going to be Marmoush and Foden wide. But I'm not sure. Like I could see them being very willing to put these two centrally to just be 4-4-2 transition mid block, which would be so funny if Pep went full 4-4-2 transition. I think that would be very funny to see. So that's my thoughts on this. I bet on this game as a draw. I thought both teams would be very happy to tie here. Just like pick up the points, no injuries, no red cards, and move on. I think that might still be true, but I'm less certain than I was seeing Marmouche and Kusanov start. Marmouche is like so good in transition that this is going to be real fun. But I quite like that. I suspect Chelsea will build like this. I think it'll be Cucurella high. I don't think it'll be Cucurella low. I suspect it will look like this. And in terms of like defending transitions, this is a real good 3 to defend transitions. Like James, I almost hope it's Marmouche left wing because I think James versus him in transition is a really fun matchup that Chelsea are quite well set up to manage. But if it's like too central, I think that's pretty hard. And I think Holland versus Chalobah is a bit of a mismatch. I think Chalobah is very good, but I think Holland is better. I don't think that's a shocker to anybody that I think Holland is better. But we'll see. I'm very curious to see if City have defended 4-4-2 for quite some time, which would be very supportive of Marmouche being the 10. But we don't know. We've literally never seen this player play for this team before. Is there any way to get Colwill central for his passing constraints? I mean, you could just play them as the left and the right center back. I think the problem with this, what we've seen when Colwill plays, is the right center back and the 2 to get him be the middle, right? Because if you recall, we saw this with Badiashile and I can't remember what game it was that Badiashile and Colwill was the center back pairing. So one of them, when Chelsea build deeper, had to be like this. And I think it was Badiashile in the first half, and he had a nightmare as the right center back. And then they put Colwill there, and it was better, but still not good. I think that was one that was interesting. You could do it, but I think it would be a bit galaxy brained. Plus, I think there's like tremendous utility having Colwill here to just hit channel passes to Jackson, right? If you want to go into depth in early stuff. Tottenham game. Yeah, you're right. It was Tottenham game, Dominic. Thank you. Do I think we need a new center back in the summer? If you choose to move on from some of the guys you have, like Tosin and Disasi and maybe Chalobah, like probably. And it depends what you're going to do with Josh, right? Like, I think you could consolidate some of your center back talent into better, healthier players. So a couple things non-related to this. First off, I've been telling you, Forest are not real. This is a bit of like a finishing nightmare, but also like Bournemouth were winning the whole game and Forest could create nothing of quality, just spamming long shots. The Lewis Skelly Red. So like, if we open this. So like, I think, actually I definitely should not go full screen. I'm gonna get done on this stream. Hold on, let me find the one that I was replying to. Because it has the zoom in. So like, if I pull this up, right, we go to the zoom in video. Show me the zoom in. This tackle is basically the exact same. It's basically the exact same as the Bruno Fernandes one that he got a red card against Spurs. Like, it is clearly an intentional foul to stop a transition. That is not, there's no question there. Then it becomes, is the red card for dog show or is the red card for serious foul play? It's not from dog show. There's 2 recovering defenders and it's 1 trillion yards from goal. It's never dog show. Let's just put that one aside. The second half, is it serious foul play? And if you ask me, I say there's like a few considerations. One, The point of contact is not that high. The point of contact is not... Oh, Pano has a better angle. Okay, yeah. Let's go to Pano. Here we go. So, like, if you look, the point of contact is not that high. It's, like, below the shin pad. It's also not, like, straight leg. Like, it's not like this. It's like this. It's a chop. And then I don't think there's that much force to it. Like, to me, the height of the first contact, the force of the contact, as the rules are written, this is a yellow card. I think where some people get to is like, it's a yellow card level tackle. It's a yellow card level tackle, and it's a stopping a transition, so it's like 2 yellows make a red for the same tackle. But that's not really how it works. Like, you can only get 1 punishment for 1 offense. If he, for example, pulled him back to start the transition, he gets away, and then later in the possession hits that same tackle, then you can give yellow, yellow. But because it's like the same incident, you can't give yellow, yellow. So I don't think it quite rises to the level of a red card based on the current iteration of the rules. However, I would like for this type of challenge a bad tackle yellow card to stop a transition. I would like for this kind of tackle to be a red card. Luca, it's a little study, but if they're overturning the Brooks on Cucurella with VAR, then surely this is a yellow. Well, they didn't overturn that one on... They didn't overturn that one. It looks like he drags down from his shin. Yeah, even if he does drag down from his shin, right? Like, there's not enough force for me, and it's not straight leg to get there. Like, this is more, to me, like, it's a solid yellow, is my feeling. Eden Azar wants to talk about Garnacho. My let's check out Chloe in Wonderland. Sure. My Garnacho thoughts are that I like Garnacho a lot more than everybody else. And it's really funny. You go to like his data, right? You go to his data and you look at it and you're like, man, there's a lot of not good stuff in here. But then you get to, he takes 4 shots a game. He creates and gets good quality shots at like a decent number. His non-penalty expected goals per shot isn't amazing, but it's not bad either. And you kind of whatever, all these things don't matter that much. And then you get to, he presses a lot and he wins the ball high up the pitch a lot, which I think is very valuable. I think none of Chelsea's wingers are good pressers. I think some of them are okay as trackers, but whatever. And then he gets into the box a lot, and he receives progressive passes a lot, and he carries the ball into the box a lot. So I think Garnacho is like quite good. I don't love doing an Nkunku swap for him because I think Nkunku is just better. But I do think, like, if you were to do Felix or Neto, as Elliot Sherman says, are we collectively manifesting João or Neto as part of this deal? Like, yeah, if you can do those guys, I'm way, 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 way more into it, right? Way more into it. So, his dribbling stats are bad. Yeah, he's not an amazing dribbler. But the thing with him is, like, Sancho and Madueke and Neto are all like okay dribblers, but they do not arrive at all in the box. And I think the arriving in the box part is way, way, way more valuable than the dribbling part. And I think, like, we've seen so often, especially lately, the value of getting the extra player to arrive at the back post. And, like, I think Garnacho is very good at that. So it's not a deal I'm like itching to do, like, oh my God, Chelsea have to do this. But I'm into it if it happened. depending on the players, right? Like in Nkunku swap for it, I'm less into. Anyways, we're kicking off in a few minutes. I like Garnacho more after Kier posted the scatter plot that also featured Madueke. Man, the funniest thing about this, first off, is like I can do the most nuanced analysis you ever want. I can do the most nuanced like deep dive with a really in detail model, and it will get 3 likes. If I post a scatter plot with a somewhat cheeky title and a very, very short tweet, it will always bang, no matter what. So Dimitri texted me this week and said, Dimitri listens to all the post-match streams when he's at work on Monday, which I find very funny. But Dimitri texted me and said, you should tell people where the origin of McClockbot comes from. So the origin of McClockbot, obviously you guys know, like, it's Scott McLaughlin, who was formerly the director of international scouting at Chelsea, the origin of McClockbot was during the like stats craze on football Twitter, where people basically were just posting random scatter plots of everything. People were posting random scatter plots of everything. We thought it would be funny to make a bot that generated random scatter plots. It would pick 2 random stats. So it would be like final third tackles and crosses or something like that. Like just random ones. And then it would tweet it out and it would say a player in the top right of the graph has like some personality trait associated with being good at this, where like it would be like Kylian Mbappe is a fox in the box, and then it would be like some player in the bad is not dedicated enough to their craft. And the account started growing and growing and growing because people are idiots who like scatter plots. Yeah, we're all 5-year-olds who like pictures with pretty colors. So it's always funny to me. And a bunch of people are like, wow, this totally lacks the context of the XG of their shots and blah, blah, blah. And all those things are true. All those things are true. But the point of this was more to show it actually wasn't for Garnacho, but I was pretty sure he would pop in this. It was actually for Barcola, is what I was looking at. Because Barcola, I think, is very good, and I'm like I want it to happen. So I figure if I put it into the universe, it'll happen. But yeah, people got mad or happy. Madueke being in there was like an extra plus that made it very funny. That made it very, very funny. Alrighty. We're getting close. I'm very curious. I'm very curious to see it. I wonder if there's a chance that we see James in midfield and Cucurella deeper to get Colwill as the middle of the 3. I do wonder if that happens. I'd be surprised, but I think there's a chance. Alrighty. So I am. How do you think PSG line up with both Kvara and Barcola? I don't think it'll happen. I don't think both will happen. I'm gonna grab a blanket. I'm freezing. One sec. Ooh, okay. So my second monitor that I have set up for this does not have speakers, and I don't have external speakers set up. So it's very I have no sound. I just watch. And you don't have to hear the second sounds. How do I think they line up with Barcola and Kvara? I think they just play one. Or sometimes Kvara plays as a 10, the way Neymar did. Oh, it might be Cucurella Deeper. I am, for reference, I'm like 25 seconds behind Bot Mob. Can I add it? Click set. All right, I don't know. I'm gonna play around with this. We need Wasa's feed from the future. Yeah, we do. Oh, what a great start. It's okay. Was that offside? It appears so. It is Marmouche left wing. It looks interesting. I'll see if I can set the timer up for the second half. I don't know how to do it. And I want to watch. Oh, speaking of Jackson, the extra, like, oh yeah. Oh, let's go. I was fiddling with the timer. I didn't even see it. I just saw the celebration. No! Whoever asked for the timer, I hate you. I didn't even see it. Look at that pass by Trev. Hoof it into the air. Oh yeah, that's so good. I love soccer. This Kusanov guy's sick. I wonder how many Seb tweets we'll get about him finding Kusanov at the U20s today. Very good player. Jeez, what a dummy. What a dummy. I am, wow, my TV's behind even your stream. I'm 30 seconds behind. I'm 25 seconds behind FOTMob. All right, we'll take it. Good start. Oh, woo, woo. Oh, there we go. Kusanov gives away a goal and a yellow 3 minutes into the game. Oh, wow. Wow. Also, I totally thought Madueke was going to fluff that finish. Like, it was like lunging with the outside of his left foot. Oy. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. All right, James, stick this on top bins. Not bad. Let's start. Okay, we're in a great way. Ba ba ba. That would be nice. That would be nice. For a guy who Twitter tells me doesn't have ice in his veins, no composure, might be the best in the league, getting ahead of finding a better optimal 1v1. The player who makes the best decisions in the penalty area in the Premier League is Erling Haaland. That guy is legitimately the smartest final third player I have ever seen. In terms of, like, he is so good at like turning good into great. Like, that was an old San Antonio Spurs thing, was like, turn good shots into great shots with an extra pass. Because once you've bent the defense a little bit, right? Like you've done something to disrupt them. It's so much easier to go inside. It's so much easier to turn that bend into like a full on break, right? Like you think about like you create a 1v1 to pull in a dangerous moment, and then because it's a scary 1v1 in a dangerous moment, you get a second player comes to help, and because they're out, it opens up a better 1v1 or a free player somewhere else, right? And both Jackson and Holland are legitimately excellent at that specific thing. Marmouche is very narrow. Bang. Yes, Trev. I will say this is a extremely aggressive line from Chelsea. Yeah, that is going to happen from okay. Yeah, Chelsea are being extremely aggressive with their line. Okay, let's chill, Bob. It's like kind of orthodox. No, it's definitely Cucurella deeper. It is definitely it is this fully. Which is interesting to me. And James is here. It's like this almost. Because Enzo's not super high. Hey, Kier, hope you're having a good morning. Good morning, man. Chelsea fan cast slag off Jackson. Yeah, that sucks. I don't really understand like where Jackson hate comes from. Like, even if you think there are better strikers available than him, it's like he's pretty good and always tries hard. Like, what? I don't know. What is there to hate there? How many minutes do I think we get out of James today? 60 probably, 65. Depends where the game is. I think there's a pretty good chance they try and push him for 90, but I think that's unwise. Yeah, this line is super tight. So like City are pushing Gvardiol on to get Marmouche really narrow. Like this is almost okay. I am deeply, deeply uncomfortable with this line. Okay, Trev. Ooh, go on. One more pass. One more pass. Yes. Oh my God, Palmer's fucked his square. Oh, you have to score. Palmer's massively overcooked his square. That should be 2-0 game over. Oh, Palmer. That should be 2-0 game over. Oh, here we go. All right, 2v2 again. Go, go, go. Do not slow this down. No. Okay, this is a bit much. Where is Enzo, bro? Thank you. Oh my goodness. This is mental. That's such a good jump from Chalaba to start that counter. And Kusanov keeps Palmer on. No, like, see, Palmer had to, like, he just massively overcooks it. Massively overcooks it. I don't think 2-0 would be game over. Honestly, you're probably right. You're probably right. Oh, I can't. That's such a bad square. Whew. Okay, can we just like take a deep breath for a hot second? Chill out. 100% Jackson will catch strays for that. 100% Jackson is going to get blamed for that. I bet you if I open Twitter right now, Jackson's getting stick for that. I bet you anything. I don't know. That's an unreal tackle by Chaloba at the near post right after that chance though. Kusanov's brain is swimming. It's hard, man. The Premier League is hard. These guys are sick. No, it's fine to say finish your chances. Like that doesn't include. I mean, like I'm saying Chelsea should score there, but it's less. It's less about Jackson than it is about Palmer, and even Sancho. Like I don't know. Maybe it's hard. He got blocked. Who? Yeah. There we go. Okay, so it is Reese inside. So it is definitely Reese inside. Like this. And they're doing the like Palmer diagonal lows a lot to deal with the marking. I don't know why Sancho's so deep. Who are you tracking? On Nunez? Okay. All right. This is this is a lot. This has been a lot for 15 minutes. It's been a lot for 15. Wonder whose job it is to kick Palmer in this game. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't mind when City are on it in wide areas, but like it's these little like central breaks where like they can get someone in front of a high line facing forward. It's like ugh. You're real nervous. And like Marmouche is so good moving in behind. And like Nani and Sancho are not. You guys are not. Okay, here we go. Sancho versus Kusanov 1v1. Let's see. Rinse him. Step over, goal line square. Yes! Ooh, Jackson, you gotta get across the near post. Have to. Swing again. Yeah, it is legit Cucurella deeper next to Colwell. This is a good show. I'm surprised that we got this. It's It's very Palmer Jackson split strikers. Like 3-3-4 almost. Interesting. Like when they get the ability to press Sanchez, I get so angsty. Also, Caicedo like clearly that's just a foul. I don't. That's just a foul. Guardiola constantly looking to run behind, overloading Reese and Trev. It's not Reese and Trev. It's he's running off of Madueke, who's like not like. So now you look like here we go. You can see Reese has Marmouche and Guardiola. Okay, cuckoo. All right. So let's take a breath here. Let's calm it down, slow it down. When you win, we go. But when let's chill. Ooh, I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous. A win here would be big. I'm nervous. If John Brooks again, yeah. I appreciate that Chelsea are defending a little bit deeper, like the initiation of. So hold on. So that's a foul, but the one on Caicedo is not. How? What do I think Maresca's seen that's making us play this high line? Well, I think it's less about the like. Oh, the referee's about to flag this. Yeah, it's less about the line and more about. I should probably flip this because it's gonna be a lot of the other way. I think. It's less about the high line and more about the narrowing of midfield to like really, really shrink the space between lines. So like Chelsea are setting up 4-4-2, basically managing the midfielders. And you have Marmouche and Holland really narrow. Marmouche especially. Ooh. Great little build out. Feel better, but great little build out. It's like this most of the time. Like it's almost like this. And City are trying to end up in a situation where Chelsea's wingers are here, and then you can go 2v1s on these wide players because it's hard. But if you shrink these lines really, really narrow, it's easier for the center backs and for the fullbacks to pass people on because like the spaces are so small that even if they don't get picked up super well, it's hard to play them. That's a bad giveaway, Nico. I don't love when we go back. Okay. Right. A great pass by Sanchez. Sanchez, for his many flaws, like he can hit like a flat diag really well. Like it's very useful. What's the XG is gonna be fucking enormous. Yeah, 105 to 0.04. How much is the second one? 0.2. Bet you it would be higher if it didn't get blocked. Oh wow, I'm feeling not sure what Pep sees in Nunez. I mean, he's I don't know. I don't think Nunez is very good. I think we all said that when they bought him, but I don't know. Oh, Nico. I'm not going to lie to you. Have not felt nerves like this all season for any game. And honestly, if we weren't up 1-0, I probably wouldn't feel this way. But we are up 1-0. So now there's like the onus is to hold on to it. Ooh. Sanchez has a lot going for him, but the thing between his ears lets him down. Yeah, I don't think he's very good looking either. Kidding. Yeah, his concentration is very poor, I think. Oh, Cole. Oh, that's so poor. That all again, it's another Palmer. I think Marmouche was offside anyways. Oh, I think Marmouche was offside anyways, but very good City transition. But again, it's Palmer so poor to step. And Enzo's late to step. Nani is not paying attention to anything. Yeah, he's miles offside. Doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Breathe. Breathe. I feel like Drake. Why are you trying to nutmeg him there? Just hold it up and win a foul, bro. Lucinov's face looks like he's storming the beach at Normandy. Yeah, Kuznetsov is in the trenches right now. That guy's shell-shocked. Again, it's like, you have to think about it. Like, he's 20 or whatever. Like, he's young. No, don't call the foul. Swallow your whistle. Why? He went. Oh. The joke would be better if Sanchez wasn't so handsome. Yeah, he is a handsome guy. He's got that, like, ethnically ambiguous thing going for him. Oh, I don't like a free kick in this spot. It makes me nervous. Elliot Sherman. Oh my god. Elliot, shut up. I don't know if you're ahead of me. I don't know if Elliot's way ahead of me or what. Elliot, send another message if you're way ahead. Oh, just for the free kick. Okay. All right. Well, if he sticks this in the top corner now, you should have waited till this went into the top corner, and then you could act like you're Nostradamus. Thank you. Good block, Enzo Fernandez. For his many flaws, Enzo Fernandez really cares about winning, and I appreciate that. He's a very passionate guy. Corner. Cucurella trying to sell that that's not a corner. I like it. All right, here we go. Our set piece defending has been pretty solid this year. Now that I've said that, we're definitely going to concede one. I don't think Kuznetsov is very good in the air. If I recall correctly, his aerial win stats are very poor. Yes! Oh my god. I thought that was going to be Drogba Bayern. Nico Jackson penalty giveaway. Work, Sanch. Come help, Enzo. Come help, please. No, Nani! Oh my god, Nani Madueke, what are you doing defensively? Nani, wake up defensively. Holy shit. Can you tell I'm nervous? Nani, bro. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Colwell booked for time wasting? We're 20 minutes into the game, bro. What are we talking about? What are we? It's 25 minutes in the game. What are we getting booked for? This now has like Colwill red card for a second yellow written all over it. Wonder what the XG was on that one. Probably very high. 0.1. This will get adjusted up later. Nathan's tweets kill me. Oh, Clark? Yeah. I like his Spurs stuff. He knows ball. Ooh. Oh my god, nearly. Okay, break, Trev. Yeah. You've done the hard bit now. Now you got to get diagonal. Oh, Nico makes his run way too early there. Yeah, stand it up. Stand it up. Oh, stand it up. Stand it up on your left foot. You had the +1 at the back post. Go to ground. Okay. All right. We live. Shaloba is very good. He's having a great game. Breathe. From I don't have my Apple Watch on. I'd be getting cardiac arrest notifications right now. My pulse is quickened. Whew. Breathe, Kieran. Imagine playing in something like this, though. Like, think about Kusanov right now. Think about how good a player this guy is. And you come into huge match. Super important for both teams. Massive match. And, like, huge error immediately booked. And it's like, just think about, like, your heart is like machine gun fire heartbeat. Way offside. Way offside. The line's been pretty good so far. It only takes one, of course, but the line's been pretty good. What's the city sporting director, the Middle Eastern guy's name? He was doing the run along the line shape with his hand, talking to Infantino. Okay. Well, that's a sneaky, very good pass from Colwill. Yeah, connect. Yes, quickly and go at pace. Yes, at pace. Hit it, Palmer. Oh, nasty little deflection. Imagine how funny it would be if Kusanov got a foul that's borderline yellow. Pep switched him for Vitor Rice, and Rice had a career-altering shot or two. That would be pretty funny. There's no way Vitor Rice is ready to play Premier League games. Not a chance. Go on, Trev. Maybe not offside. Offside. Okay. All right, whatever. He is off. It's not that far, though. He actually does pretty well to get the space to get a shot off there. Yeah, Jackson shot with his left, but he didn't score with his left. His left is very poor. It is like a legitimate weakness of his game, is that he's very one-footed. Oh, Enzo, come on. Come on, Enzo. Is Vitor Rice straight from Brazil? Yeah, he was playing for like he played for Palmeiras like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, the number of guys we've seen come straight from Brazil and be good in the Premier League is very small. Like Gabby Jesus was pretty good right away. Gabby Jesus was pretty good right away. Oscar was pretty good right away. Yeah, like there's not very many. Someone tweeted, "What if Pep's wife was the football genius all along?" Yeah, that's funny. Like it's the same with Tuchel, right? Like I do think ultimately like football is such a demanding job. Like I cannot imagine trying to go through a divorce at the same time as I cannot imagine someone trying to go through a divorce at the same time as like managing. Don't book him. Don't book him. Oh, that's so ridiculous. Put your card away. Just talk to him. Don't book him. Just talk to him and don't book him. Thank God. Okay. Okay. When people get over their skis about Esteva, I think that Gabby Jesus is a 99th percentile possible outcome in terms of stats translation. Yeah, if Esteva was as effective as Gabby Jesus was right away, you're like wildly happy about the deal. Wildly happy. I think that's very aggressive. Do I think Enzo and Pep have rubbed their bald heads together? Honestly, probably. Just think about the friction from the stubble. Oy, hey, can we track any back post runner ever? Ever? I think he was off. Miles, Miles, Miles. Manuel Pellegrini offside trap. I always believed in you. Manuel Pellegrini offside trap. I always believed in you. Nico Jackson making lost causes stick. Making lost causes stick. Like that's a nothing pass from Sanchez into two marked players on the sideline at his head. Flicks it to himself, holds off a challenge, wins a free kick in the attacking half. This guy's a good man. Nobody's going to talk about that. Foden's off. Sancho didn't know where he was. Nope. No, he did not know where. This is like very Eddie Howe 4-5-1 from City. Ooh. No, like that's nearly so good. Mm. I wonder if that Gvardiol chance got adjusted up yet. Yeah, it did. 0.18. Oh, the Jackson. This was offside. Will get taken away. Oh, brother. Just stand him up. Great block. Oh, no. Offside. Offside. Okay. I hope it was off. I hope it was off. And Sanchez makes an absolute meal of that. What's crazy is that if he lets Bernardo Silva finish that he's onside. If Bernardo Silva finishes that, he's onside. That is dreadful from Sanchez. Like actually dreadful. My goodness. Breathe, breathe. All right. Let's just like Get to halftime. Chill out. Oh, Palmer, man. Palmer, man. Palmer, man. He's having such a stinker today. He's having such a stinker today. Okay, okay, a little bit. You gotta go a little bit. Marmouche is very good, man. He's very quick. I like him a lot. Is Reece James struggling or just me? I think it's Marmouche is very, very fast. Marmouche is very fast. Just want to say I'm still not over Cole getting booked for time. It's insane. Palmer having a bad day at the office. Yeah, he's been very poor. There's iterations of this half where like Chelsea are 3-0 up right now because Palmer's been really good. Ooh. What is he holding for? Think we need to pull James at 60 on the tick. Maybe. Marmouche is good. He's fast. He's so fast. My guess at subs is that we will get Gusto for Reese eventually, and we'll get Neto for Madueke, and he's to have Neto track Gvardiol, I think, which I don't know if that's like a meaningful improvement, but I think that'll happen. I converged on that number through a holistic combination of vibes. Yeah, a holistic combination of hamstring muscle fibers. Breathe. I think this is the right way to play this game, though. Like, let City do their thing against like a pretty compact block, and then transition quickly. Well done, Trevo Chaloba. Well done, Trevo Chaloba. Well done, Trevo Chaloba. I still hate that people call him Trevor. Really dislike that. Have I posted takes about Garnacho? Yeah. I've tweeted about him a little bit. If it happens, I'll do a video on it. I like Garnacho more than most. That's where my take is at. Takes lots of shots, gets into the box a lot, decent presser, very young. Like you like all those things. Wouldn't swap in Kunku for him, but I would swap Felix or Neto pretty happily. 8 shots conceded in a half. That's a lot for Chelsea. This is going to be a big negative shot difference day, I think. But last year, this same game, I was looking back at the stats. This game last year was a 2.6 to 1.4. So like minus 1.2 expected goal difference. We outshot 31 to 9. Box touch difference, 75 box touches allowed to 16-4. 75 box touches allowed is crazy. Crazy. Like, that's probably the most Chelsea have ever allowed in a match is 75 box touches. Oh, wow. What a touch. Oh, my God. Ooh, that's a bad chance to give up. Does very well with that, but holy, James is lost. Oh, wow. Like, again, if you're going to play a line like this, like, you can't let him just, like, sit and hit cherries. Like, you need to actually put a little bit of pressure on the ball. Ooh, we are holding on for dear life. Absolutely, right now we are. Get to halftime. It's honestly pretty funny. Like, City just popped Kusanov out, and they're bringing both sixes in between the center backs, and they're like, "Yeah, you guys get out of the way. We'll do the building. We'll do the building." 8 minutes at a time now, maybe one or two. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There's the line. You play stupid games. Let's see if the first one is off. Again, you cannot hold your line if there's no pressure on the ball. You cannot hold your line if there's no pressure on the ball. I'm just going to keep saying it. You cannot keep your line like that if there's no pressure on the ball. No, look at Nani. 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 Absolutely embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Look across the line. You're an adult. Look across the line. Holy shit. So he plays everyone on, and Gvardiol beats him to the ball. He plays everyone on, and Gvardiol beats him to the ball. Stupid. Actually stupid. Yeah, Nani got his goal. The game's done. Nani got his goal. The game is done. He doesn't care anymore. This is exactly what happens every week. Nani gets his goal. I've done my job. The game's over. I'm just going to walk somewhere between Akanji and Gundogan. I have no idea who I'm picking up at any time. No, whatever. Again, this starts though. This starts from Palmer is not applying any pressure to anyone defensively. The first big chance that they got was him not tracking Kovacic. And then he doesn't jump in there on Gundogan. Like, he has to apply a little bit of pressure to the ball. You can't just coast. You have to apply pressure to the ball. And there we go. He has no pop to get away because he's clearly not fit. Get out of play. Was he too busy pulling down his shorts? Probably. I shouldn't say that. That's snarky of me. It's me. Like, you're so close, too. Good, Caicedo. That's really good from Caicedo. That's a great screen. Actually, a very good pass from Sanchez. Don't foul. Don't foul. Just win a set piece. Fine, fine. You can press here. You can press from this moment. You can press from this moment. City just like way snappier for everything though. Like second balls, loose balls, like just very, very snappy. Yeah, go Enzo. Turn. Go, go, go. Break the line, Palmer. Cut in and score, and I'll forgive you. Not going in anyways, just going wide of the near post. I don't understand. He had the whole back post. Put it in the top corner. Wait, did he not give a corner? What are we doing? Okay. All right. Yeah. 2 point. When you do the rebound adjusting stuff, like this will come down a lot. Okay. Oh, that's an easy one. Okay. Alrighty. That was a half. So, like, couple things. Basically, center backs are really wide. So the winger initiates the press, right? Winger initiates the press. You keep the sixes marked so that when the ball goes back and around, if Jackson closes, it's very difficult to play into this player. Enzo jumps, Sancho's wide, Cucurella can come, right? Like, this is exactly how it goes. That's how it goes, right? Going in 1-1 is better than being 1-0 up IMO. Definitely not. You always take the goal. You always take the goal. The problem is less in this. It's more when the first press gets broken. And so you have Chelsea here. You have your deep 4-4-2. Like this. So you end up here, right? You end up here. And so Holland is high. Marmouche is high. Then you get another player between the lines, whether it's Foden or it's Gundogan or it's Bernardo Silva. They're pushing both fullbacks on. And so now you end up in a situation like this where the center backs are really wide. You have a midfielder high. You have a midfielder high like this. And City split every time. And now it's very unclear whether they're screening or whether they're jumping. And like the biggest problem is like the ball gets here and there's no pressure on the ball, and all of these players do this. All of these players do this to run behind. And it's hard, man. There's no pressure on the ball. These players are the best players in the world, and they're all fast. It's so hard to manage those runs in depth if there's no pressure on the ball when they're facing forward, essentially. Like, out here, okay, I get it. But, like, this is easy. This is like, if you think back to it, this is like the Spurs game when Spurs took 2 red cards. Chelsea are defending very similarly to that game. Spurs were down 2 players. Of course, they can't get as much pressure on the ball. Palmer has to go. Jackson has to go. I think the change I might consider, and part of this, by the way, is you end up with like this, like Madueke follows, and you end up like these, and Madueke sucks at defending. He's just not good defensive. It is what it is. Right? Like, that's what you end up with. And so that's part of the problem, is like Sancho and Madueke get flattened out, and it's just like, can you make runs in behind a flat line? So that's tough. I think you need way more from Palmer defensively. I think if I was considering a change, I would go Palmer wide and I'd bring in Kunku for Madueke. And I'd be like, you sprint every second you're on the pitch, or I will sub you again for Marc Guiu. Like, that would be my message. Or you tell Palmer, empty the tank for 20 minutes, and then you're coming off at 65. So run as much as you can, because you're coming off at 65 for Nkunku no matter what. Like, I think those are your options. But you need way more pressure out of your front two. Way more pressure out of your front two. And Madueke and Sancho have to be way better passing runners on or tracking runners. Way better. It's been so bad from them. It's been so bad. So that honestly has probably been one of Chelsea's worst halves of the season. That was certainly a half. That was certainly a half. I don't know what happens on the second one, to be honest. Yeah, that was certainly a half. Oh my god. Oh, Chelsea Youth is watching. Chelsea Youth is watching. Hi, Phil. That's legitimately that goal is so it is so unacceptable. I cannot express how unacceptable that goal was. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say, man. I don't know what you want me to say. So yeah, I think, I don't know, who else we got on the bench? Also, Enzo Fernandez looks not particularly close to fit. But like, you also don't really have an option. See, that's the one. The Palmer chance. Sorry, I'm watching the Peacock highlight package, which you guys can't see. They just showed the like Palmer botched square, and it's like, man, imagine you're 2-0 after 10 minutes. You break their spirit. You definitely win the game. So like, the other thing that I think might be worthwhile, and I don't think this will happen, but like, I think the other thing that might be worthwhile is you press much more aggressively in the second half. And you live with, there's going to be more like Chalobah Colwill plays to make, right? Like, there are more Chalobah Colwill plays to make from like a defending in space situation. but you deny their ability to generate. You deny the ability to generate good passes into depth. There's more of them, but the quality is a lot less. And maybe that trade-off works for you. Because I think right now that trade-off is not working. Oh, I had to sign into the actual Chelsea Youth account to comment. Come for the stats, stay for the meltdowns. Well, no meltdowns yet, I hope. I'd take a draw. I bet on I thought it would be a boring draw. This has been anything but a boring draw, but what are you going to do? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I do wonder. I wonder if we'll see them like squeeze the lines a lot and press higher in the second half. But like, it's a weird one because, so like we've talked about this a lot before about how generally coaches are too conservative in drawn situations. Because like, if you think about it, a win is 3 points, a draw is 1 point, a loss is 0. So if you are, and let's say you're in a drawn game, if you go more aggressive, half the time you lose, half the time you win. It's always worth it to go more aggressive, right? Because it's 2 points versus 1 point. That math gets trickier when you're playing against teams that losing to materially impacts your position against each other in the table. And like there's a real chance that in terms of top 4, like you want to stay pretty tight to City. Or you certainly don't want to give up ground to City. So like I could see Maresca being pretty cowardly here and really shutting this down, just drop deeper and try and give them nothing. But like this cannot happen. Like this is ridiculous. Again, I'm like saying this because you guys, as if you can see my screen, but they just showed the Gvardiol chance in behind that James kind of makes a mess of. But again, he makes a mess of it because Nani just like doesn't do anything, and then also doesn't track, and then I don't know. I'm very confused about the goal. Yeah, man, Nani's 5 yards deep. It's not even 3 yards deep. He's 5 yards deep. He's 5 yards deep. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Man, like it's basic. Again, even if I disagree with, I would not choose to defend this way, right? Like this is not, if we think about Kieran's game model, if I'm a coach of a Premier League club or I'm a director of football of a Premier League club, this defending would not be how I would choose to defend. But that's not to say it can't work. Not to say it can't work, because it can clearly work. Like there is, like you just have to like actually do the job properly. Like the wingers have to pass the runners on and communicate that, and the center backs have to pass people on into midfield. And yeah. Let's see what else is going on in the world at halftime. Betis won. Atletico Madrid drew Villarreal. Did Conor Gallagher play? He did, and he was hooked at halftime. I feel like Conor goes off at halftime a lot in Wolves games. I don't really know why. I think that's their like let's get more aggressive switches take him off. Leverkusen drew. Wow, that's a beatdown. That's a very unlucky game to not win. I'm still curious if Xabi Alonso is going to go to if he's going to go to Real Madrid. Lukaku penalty. What else is new? Olumuani scores right away for Juve. It's gone unnoticed because of how bad Madueke is the goal, but Sancho is also deeper than 3 of the back 4. Cucurella just doing whatever he wants like usual. Yeah, this is so like when I say this is not how I would choose to defend. The part specifically that I dislike, I don't really care about the high line. Like, I think there are situations where it's useful. I probably wouldn't do it against Holland and Marmouche. The thing I specifically dislike is the wingers tracking the fullbacks onto the last line. Because what I think happens is wingers are dumb defensively. They're mostly not good at it. And not only are they not good at it, they're not good at it in a way that hurts everybody else, because you end up with situations like this where he's like, oh, well, I have to get goal side of him so I get here. And now everything else is ruined. The situations I like much more, like in this scenario, how I might approach it, right? So like we talked about, how do you deal with this situation up here where they split center backs and you have Palmer and Jackson not applying pressure, is like, I would probably have one of the wingers stay high and you can have the other winger come inside to deal with this player. And so now you end up in this like kind of asymmetric 4-4-2, 4-3-3 thing where like Madueke's come inside to help. Caicedo and Enzo have two to do the jobs. And then it's like, we're mostly fine otherwise, right? Like you end up in this situation and you're like, okay, we're good. And then as he gets higher, like you can give up this one, like out here. This is not scary. If they hit a big diagonal to Gvardiol and Mateus Nunes on the sideline, like you're not worried about that to me. What you do worry about it if you're like shrunk super narrow and they can get it here. And you do worry about it if they make this one, because those are both much more dangerous. But I think like a lot of it is the narrowness of the structure. That to me is like the thing I get caught up on. Cucurella stopped making the 2022, 2023 obvious mistakes, but just kept playing like a headless dog, and that's somehow okay. Cucurella is like, he's fine. He's not good. He's not. He can be good. He can be bad. He's up and down. But I think games like this do not suit him. I think like he is actually quite good at the like chaotic games, because I think his like sense for second balls is pretty good. But like when you're talking about like organized block defending, that is a legitimate weakness. But let's see. My guess is Chelsea will defend much deeper and they will play for a draw here instead of playing more aggressive to try and win the game. That's my guess. But let's see. Let's see. It is weirdly similar. Last year we went into halftime 1-0 and then conceded in the second half. So like, okay, winger high. I keep trying to scroll my mouse over to the screen I have the monitor on, or I have the game on, which is not attached to the computer. I mean, this is engaging higher for sure so far. Yeah, Newcastle are good. We should look at their fullbacks. Yeah, that would be nice. Lewis Hall especially. Livermento I feel like less ways about. So like that's the trade-off, right? So like 46-05 or whatever. City defend way deeper, but Chelsea press more aggressively, and they end up in a situation where Nunez dumps one into the channel over Cucurella's head. Like that is exactly the trade-off. That's a great touch, Nani. Pisses it away. That's a quite good pass from Sanchez and a very good touch. Ooh, I really like Marmouche, man. He's good. He is very good. He is like he's very good at using his pace to create space, even if he's not running in behind. Like he threatens the big touch into depth, and then the fullback backs off because they don't want to get rinsed. A much higher engagement line second half so far. Much higher engagement line second half. Not on Ederson though. So like first half, Jackson would go press it. All right, a little bit. All right, he is going. He is going to Ederson. Yeah, you have to win this. You have to win this here. Good. Good. That's a good press. This is like, again, 2 minutes, but higher engagement line. Don't let them set up to play cherries in depth. Okay. Nunez is so uncomfortable with Sancho. Like, I think you need to try and find that one way more. Good sweep. Good sweep. Good center back play from Colwill to shield him out. Happy with that. Marmouche giving me Mudryk debut vibes. Yeah, I see what I can see what you mean. I was actually thinking about that. I was wondering like if we were gonna get Marmouche as a sub and he comes on as a really good half or something. Whew. Yeah, very, very clear choice to engage higher this half. Yeah, go. Yeah, absolutely. Like Chelsea should be skewing so uh Chelsea should be skewing so aggressively to force them to Nunez and Kusanov and get Ederson on his right foot. So aggressively. Because if you get Ederson on his right foot, he can't. With his right foot, he's not playing Holland for a breakaway, but his left foot, he might. Like Chelsea should be skewing so aggressively to force City to their right. So aggressively. Like Kusanov is super uncomfortable in possession. Didn't need to go back. Go back to Trent. Interestingly, City are also not pressing as directly this half. Which, oh wow! All right, get weight room to Nicholas Jackson. That's a fresh one we haven't seen much of. Yeah. Oh, bang it. Win. Like you have to turn. You cannot strip the six while he's splitting the center backs and get. Oh no, Colwell's made a mess of that one. Just stand him up. Just stand him up. Good save, Sanchez. Well done, Caicedo. One more. Drive. 2v1. Drive 2v1. Nani, stay wider. Nani, stay wider. Yes. Now drive. Jackson, get across the near post. Bang. Oh. Jackson knocked over, no foul. I don't think that was a foul. I think he just got weight roomed. That's a great little transition from like a really crazy moment that Colwell doesn't do very well with. Whew. So good. Through the legs, too. Yeah, like Nani should be way higher. Way higher to start. Make them, yes, go. He's on his right foot. Now you go and you lock it in. Because look, if that's the pass he plays, if that's the pass Ederson plays, a right foot like hooked looper into Holland with a man tight on his back, bro, that's such a hard scenario. Like, what's he gonna do with that? What's he gonna do with that? Oh, he got a little kick in the head there. Like this is how I would set up to press. I would have Nani Madueke start here. And then their double sixes, I would start Sancho low and inside, and then you start like this on the right shoulder of both guys. On the right shoulder of both guys. And so if Ederson wants to go to Kusanov and he wants to initiate play with everyone on their first spots, because now Foden comes here and you end up here and you end up like this and Caicedo's fine and everybody's fine and he wants to just kick long balls into the channel, live with that. Live with that. Kusanov yanked. There we go. All right, for Stones. Okay, well, so everything I just said is now less relevant. Everything I just said is now less relevant. So now I don't think you can really. I think Stones is good enough that you probably don't want to skew too aggressively. But maybe you do. It's not like he's like Nunez. Like getting it to Nunez is valuable, I think, and getting Ederson on his right foot, I think, is still valuable. But I probably wouldn't sell out to force them right with no Kusanov. I think a thing that is like not funny. Funny is the wrong word, but I think a thing that's like we don't talk about is like actually very difficult to change your ideas during the game. Like Maresca probably clocked during that like dodgy period for Chelsea, like, hey, we need to change this. But it's very difficult to like get a even if your change is like just drop the line or like, oh, Nani start higher. It's very difficult to make that change from the sideline, especially if there's no like injury stoppage or something like that. Like if Chelsea are smart, while that like whole mess of a half is going on, that like last, oh my God, go on, Sanchez. While that whole mess is going on, you do what Emma Hayes used to do with Chelsea women, and you have Bob Sanchez go down injured, and while he's getting treatment, you like explain to everybody how you're changing it defensively. Like that to me is where you go with that. And either you choose to press higher or you adjust it deeper or whatever you do, right? Enzo Fernandez had a brutal game. Just so sloppy with like second balls and everything. Yeah, so like see how so like I don't know if you clocked that there. So like Marmouche had so Gundogan was gonna jump to James inverted, right? Gundogan was gonna jump to James inverted in Chelsea's build there. And instead, Marmouche comes narrow to pick him up. Holland comes wider, like imagine it's Jackson. Holland comes wider, and then Gundogan stays deep to deal with Palmer. And so the method to advance for Chelsea is like a crazy Sanchez ground pass between lines that doesn't even get you anything. Like those are little interchanges where like nominally City are like 4-4-2 men marking Chelsea's build. Nominally. But like you can do little trade-offs because it's slow. You can do little trade-offs to make that happen that make that a much better scenario. It's a great flick around the corner from. Drive inside, and use him. Oh, that's so frustrating. I would have liked to see Jackson go to his right foot there and then use the threat of Enzo on the overlap, and then maybe you get a square, or maybe you get a slip, or maybe you get a better shot on your right foot. I think that was great decision making from Nico in transition there. Caicedo, probably a good yellow to take. That's okay. So like here, this is the situation in the first half that like Jackson and Palmer were way too. What are we doing? Okay, well now you gotta go because Akanji's out. Now you gotta go. Now you gotta go. Yes. Yes. Why are you flagging it? The possession wasn't done. I don't know why the AR didn't. Caicedo booked for what? He took out Marmouche. He's off. He's off. That's fine. He's off. He shouldn't be. He should have timed his run better. But, like, why are you flagging that so early? Bad foul from Enzo that he did not need to make. Did not need to make. Jackson still there. Off the side. Okay, yeah, now go. You gotta go. You gotta go while everybody's high. Okay, we gave it away. Fair. That's always nice. Such a bad. Very sloppy. And Kunku. All right. For who? For Nico. Okay, that's certainly a choice. Nkunku for Nico is certainly a choice. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I think it's probably not the right one, but I don't hate it. Well, the problem of not getting enough pressure on the ball is probably only going to get worse. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Yeah, that is certainly not. Guardiola's cooking today. He's actually had a very good game. Like, there are many games where he does not execute the things he has as well as he has. Like, his timing on those runs at the back post has been. And Kunkuan screams they're going to drop massively deep now. Maybe. Maybe. I imagine you would have kept Jackson if you wanted to do that. I legitimately think it's like he fluffed that last transition and Maresca's mad about it. Which is a childish way to behave, but we've seen it before. Less pressure, no out ball, no depth threat, essentially. No, and Kunku's definitely still a depth threat, but he's not going to hold it up. He's not going to hold it up. But he is going to, like, come off of... He is going to, like, pop off the center backs to link and send another runner, whether it's the wingers or whatever. Reece James gone beyond the 60-minute mark, so I'm nervy. I think it's okay. Like, I don't think this game is that up and down. I think it's okay. I'd probably still maybe do it at 75. Okay, not any good clearance. I will say, as much as our defending on corners has been way better this year, I still don't like how we defend short corners. I think like some pretty clever teams like Bournemouth could really get at us with smart short. Because it's always like Palmer or Madueke or something who gets left like ISO'd for a 2v1. And there's like lots of opportunities to run stuff and then hit a back post delivery. It's like 5-2-3 to press, but like it's just like this is what I'm saying now. Chelsea were actually like City had stopped had stopped getting good box entries. The way Chelsea were pressing with Jackson much higher, and now it's in Nkunku, and now there's way less pressure on the ball, and here you go. Go. Bernardo Silva is totally open in depth because Colwell and Fernandez have had a mess. Very frustrating that my red flags at the beginning of the season were like, Maresca is not going to sub, and he's going to defend way too man marky, and it's going to be bad. And then for like the first 40% of the season, he subbed plenty and didn't really man mark. And I was like, oh, wow, he like adapted and was smart. And then he was like, actually, no, man marking, no subs. We don't do zonal marking, or we don't do zone presses and hybrid press around here. We man mark only. We man mark only. And we never sub. We make one sub a game because they are only playing once a week, so they don't need subs ever. I actually wonder if we're going to get Guiu for Palmer or Guiu for one of the wingers, and then Nkunku goes wide or to the 10. I wonder if that's going to happen. Or Guiu. Do we always defend short corners with a 2v1? Yeah, no, we do. That's what I'm saying. I don't like it. Like, we don't send the help. We leave the extra player inside. And, like, we haven't really gotten burned by it. Like, Bournemouth got a pretty good chance out of it running a little route or running, like, a little combination thing. But I think we could get burned by it. We haven't really, but we could. That, like, little sinking stomach feeling is coming back. Felt pretty good for, like, the first 15 minutes of this half. But since the sub, it's like, I don't know. I like that one. I like that one. Like this, I don't. So, now you're asking, and now your best. So like that's the thing, right? Like the thing I specifically dislike about this, the way Chelsea are set up right now, is when. Be careful. Ooh. Is if this player rolls out and you have like Enzo Fernandez coming all the way, it's so easy to play this one. It's so easy to play into the 9's feet when like it's so much better if you just have to like this is just so much better. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. Now Sancho's initiating. So I wonder if that's like a deliberate keep it away from Stones. Again, I think you should like. Where are you going, Sanchez? Oh my god, where are you going? 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 Oh my god. Where are you going? This is what I said, by the way, about getting Anderson off his left foot. Because, like, on his right foot, he doesn't hit that. Where are you? And then go home! Home! Where are you going? You're so bad. He's so bad. I'm sorry. I honestly deeply apologize to all of you who come to this stream. And every week I say to you, you know, I think he's just average. He's not. He's shit. He's actually so bad. What's the point? What's the point? It's okay. I genuinely owe you all an apology. I owe you all an apology because I say to you every week that he's fine and he's average. And he's not. He's actually decidedly not good at soccer. He's not. It's okay. It's not for him. It's not for him. It's genuinely not for him. Go do anything else. I should have known he was a dickhead when I knew he drove a Porsche convertible, by the way. Oh my god. God, what do you mean Chalaba? What did Chalaba do there? Oh my god. He's actually so bad. He's actually garbage. He's actually garbage. Ben Roberts, Kyle McCauley. That Kyle McCauley guy, by the way, I hope West Ham get relegated, and I hope he never gets a job again. Oh my god. What are you doing? It's genuinely in, oh, here we go. Here comes Neto. He'll save us. That'll happen. No, this has been one of Chelsea's worst performance. That's probably game 2. They haven't looked like scoring since the 10-minute. Oh, this is one of Chelsea's worst performances all season. They've been genuinely poor today. Like genuinely not good. In possession, so poor. Drive, please. Georgi Petrovic plays, by the way. Georgi Petrovic plays. This is 1-0 Chelsea. Just putting that out there. For all the criticism we got last year. Yeah, sure. Let's hook a diagonal to nobody. I sure am glad that we took our striker off to having Kunku go stand over here when we have the ball. I'm so happy we did that. Wasn't that such a good tactical decision? To take your striker off and then go have Nkunku stand on the wing? Handball. 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 If this is a handball. Also, first corner of the game, I think. No, hit him in the face. First corner of the game, though. Let's see. I'm sure Palmer's delivery will hit the first man. Okay, let's set it up. Let's set it up. Big stack, back post. Sure, let's actually have nobody attack the ball. That's a good corner. How about that one? Offside. And like what are we actually doing? What are we actually doing? What are we actually doing? So Gusto and Neto are coming for who? James and Nani? Cucurella and Nani? James and Sancho. Just watching the goal again, and I'm going to start smoking again. Chalaba has it covered. He's delayed him. I agree. As soon as go watch the stream back, you can sync it to the goal. As soon as Sancho starts coming, I start screaming because I can see what is happening. Like I can see with my eyes the meltdown that is about to occur. The only thing I could hope is that Holland fluffed his ship. You could see it. It was always happening. Just play Jorgensen, man. I don't even think Jorgensen's good, but at least the errors he makes don't like. I don't know. He's not gonna throw the game away for you. He's not that good, but he's better than this bomb. All right, here we go. Maybe Neto will score a banger like Arsenal again, and it'll all be fine. I actually don't like soccer. I actually don't like soccer at all. Also, whoever correctly called that the what's it called? The Watchalong curse continues. Ipswich, we get like disaster referee decision. We get disaster referee decision. What was the first? What was the other one? Palace. Did we concede a goalkeeping error against Palace? I can't remember their goal. No, it was like a transition or something. So 2.4 to 1.2. It's basically exactly the same game as last year, by the way. Basically exactly the same game as last year. Except you concede instead of not. Man, the incoming Gusto weak off target shot from 30 yards is going to send my head to Mars. If Gusto takes a left-footed 30-yarder, I might smash my keyboard. No, you're absolutely right. That Gusto left-footed 30-yarder, it's going to hit so bad. You know what? I was pretty just dropping in. Is it a United bad game or a Palace bad game? It's better than United, but it's way worse than Palace. It's pretty bad. You know what? I think no, the United game was worse than this. For sure. The United game was worse than this. Actually, I don't know. Our only no, you know what? Other than Kusanov giving Chelsea a goal, Chelsea have definitely been worse than we were United away. This is for sure worse than that. So yeah, I'll say United away bad. Like actually bad. Not ball go in bad. So 75 minutes. How do Chelsea go win this game? Well, I think you need to start pressing way higher again. I think that's the start. So I think you probably go something like 4-2-4 and you press man for man everywhere. I sure love that we took our striker off for Nkunku. I sure love it when he stands in midfield and we have nobody to make the ball stick. Doesn't it look so good when we have to play direct and there's nobody to hold the ball up? Doesn't that look so good? Aren't you happy with that decision, everyone? Aren't you really happy with all the tactical decisions. Like Neto's on the field and Kunku's as the 9. We have so much pressure on the ball. 15 minutes left in the game losing. We're sustaining pressure in the final third. Aren't you guys happy with this? Honestly, just like, let's just sink Manchester into the sea. I never want to go there. Can guarantee nobody's going to ask Maresca a proper question about the game about, well, so many contentious decisions. Man, Maresca's going to get asked about transfers. He's going to get asked about Garnacho. He's going to get asked about these players that transfer away. Do you want a striker? He's going to get asked about transfers because the people who write about soccer in England actually don't care about soccer. And they don't care about soccer and they don't know about soccer. We get maybe one question every few weeks about anything that like he can actually answer for. Like we got the subs question. And the closest we got to a subs question was him being like, "Hey, you haven't made lots of subs." And he's like, "Okay, I'll turn it around on you. Who would you sub?" And the guy goes, "Well, that's your job." And he goes, "Yeah, and I decided not to make subs." And that's the end of the conversation. Like if you're going to ask, and again, it's not my job. So like I can be as critical as I want because if Chelsea say, "Hey, Keir Doyle, you can't go to press conferences anymore." Great. I don't live on that continent. I can say whatever I want. And I understand that if you're a journalist and you get banned, like that affects your job. I understand that. And I understand like if you want people to answer your questions, you have to be nice to them. And the point that I would make is like you have to be very, very clever about how you craft your questions to managers. So, like in MLS, right? In MLS, first off, coaches are way more open to talk to you because, like, culturally, it's a very different relationship with the press. But you also get the chance to interview the referees after every single game in MLS and NWSL. You get 2 pool reporter questions. So some pre-assigned reporter before the game gets to ask one question to the referee. The referee can responds in writing, and then the journalist is allowed a follow up. Oh my God, Malo Gusto is so bad at soccer, and you get one follow up. What often happens with those questions is that like the questions are so open ended. It's like, why did this player get a yellow card? And it's like because number 21 made a reckless challenge on number 24, warranting a yellow card. And that's the answer they get because they asked the question dumbly. But if you ask the question in a really smart way, if you ask the question in a way that the only possible path for them to answer is to give you the answer you want, and not in that you're forcing them into the specific answer, but the format of the answer you want. Like to me, the question would be, hit it, Caicedo, win. That would be a lovely little bailout. To me, it would be like, if you want to ask Maresca about subs, the way I would frame it is like, hey, in the first 40% of the season, your subs were playing on average this many minutes a game, and you were making this many subs a game, and they were playing this often. That's a great pass from Colwell. And of course, Nkunku pisses it away. Win, Caicedo. Go home. Okay, we've actually found like a little bit of a rhythm here, and a little bit of ability to sustain pressure here. Okay, free kick in a good spot. Like the way I would ask that question to Maresca about the subs would be like, hey, in the first 13 games of the season, you were making this many subs a game and your subs were playing this many minutes. Since then, you're making one sub a game and they're playing this many minutes. What did you identify that has caused you to make fewer subs? Because then if he says nothing, he can't say nothing. I just decided not to make subs. And he can't say, like, he could say, oh, the team is like fitter. That's an answer to you. Or he could talk about, well, we're only playing once a week because there's no conference league games, so we think they're fine to play, or whatever. Or he could say, like, I think the team was playing well and I didn't want to make changes. Like, these are real answers to you. But you get an answer. He can't just say nothing. And he can't say, well, what subs would you have me make? And I would say, well, the same subs you were making 3 games ago when you were winning all the games. Oh, okay. I feel like it's not asking too much of the professional journalists to be that clever in asking their questions. It's definitely a cultural thing in how the media is here. No, I totally agree with you that it is not asking too much. And that's why I get so frustrated when, again, I say this, I feel like I say this every week, but like there are people who have covered football for 20 years. Their entire career is going to press conferences and talking about the game and writing about the game and have like zero understanding of how football works. They have no interest in. I mean, Chaloba doesn't even know Sanchez is there on the goal. They have no interest in learning any more about the game, thinking any more about the game. Like, they purely view soccer as like club buys players. This is team. Did team win? That's the whole lens. That's the whole understanding of the game. Did team win? If the team not win, buy better player, fire coach, get better coach. If team winning, coach doing good job, players good. That's it. That's the whole lens. No adverbs, no adjectives. That's it. That's the whole thing. And if a club gets shitty about credentials, you're asking tough but fair questions. A bigger story. Yeah, you're not wrong. But like, I think that happened at United, right? Like, there were a couple guys who were pretty critical of United and got press conference access revoked, and like nobody cared. So I don't know. It's also I again, I don't think Chelsea are going to pull anyone's credentials for being tough but fair. And it's different if you are like a club journalist who relies on sources for part of your reporting. Like, I don't expect Simon Johnson, Liam Toomey, and like the Athletic guys. I don't expect them to put out articles saying that Paul Winstanley and Lawrence Stewart suck shit at their jobs and should be fired. Like, I don't expect them to say that out loud. But I do think it's fair to say, I do think it's entirely fair for those people to expect of those people, like, hey, I think, oh, Neto gives it away. What else is new? Enzo Fernandez gets jumped past. What else is new? I think it's entirely fair to expect them to be like, hey, some of these transfers not very good. Spent a lot of money again this summer. What's the deal with that? Like, when you have all these like wanky puff pieces, like, I don't know, what are you gonna do? How many shots since Jackson went off? 0, I think. This is rubbish. This has been a dreadful performance. Yeah, there you go. And please be 3-1. Yeah, there we go. Sanchez can't save a fucking beach ball. That's so bad. It's so bad. Okay, though. We'll find out if Maresca wants a striker in the post-match press conference, guys. And we'll find out about Garnacho, maybe. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Josh Otter, we'll find out he doesn't want to talk about individuals. Yes, we have to have respect for players on other teams. We don't talk about them. I cannot believe he took Jackson off. I think this is to be fair. I said that Chelsea should press much higher and should just deal with more opportunities that Trev and Levi have to make plays on Holland. That was what I said, and it hasn't worked. I mean, it mostly hasn't worked because you took Jackson off for Nkunku, and like you just now you like pretend to press. But Dylan Payne, I miss Poch. All right, let's take it easy, Dylan. Hi, Dylan, by the way. Am I worried about Champions League? Not really. Not really. I think we're like still overwhelmingly likely. Unless, again, unless this team starts to play significantly worse, which I don't think there's much to say that's particularly likely. Unless this team plays much worse, or Caicedo gets hurt, or Palmer or Jackson or whatever. Like those three guys, you can't really fade an injury. Okay, look, Nkunku's on, and he's on the wing. France's best player in a decade, some might say. He's on the wing, and he's generating all these chances, guys. It's good. Wear it. What? Like, what are we? Why? What? Why? 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 Oh, man. Oh, brother. Just square it for a tap in. My phone, by the way, has started auto correcting Noni from. My phone has started auto correcting Noni to No. And No Madueke feels very on brand. No Madueke. Just so flat, man. Hmm. Loan for Edu Mendy and world's most expensive midfield. I don't know. I don't even think the midfield has been that bad, to be honest. Why have the Josh minutes stopped? Because Trev is back. It's playing the same role. And Trev is better than Josh, which is fair. Very, very frustrating day. Very frustrating day. Kolo Muani loan was right there. I don't think like. Do you think having Kolo Muani today changes this? Does having Kolo Muani change? Like, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard for me to remember. It's hard for me to remember a game this season that I have like disagreed as much with the tactical choice. I don't know. Maybe that's also me, like, because I liked the start of the second half where they pressed much more aggressively and they didn't give up anything good. Remember that period of the game? I remember that period of the game. I remember that period of the game where Chelsea pressed way better and gave up nothing. And the most dangerous chance that they gave up in however many minutes was a hopeful ball in behind to Holland that the goalkeeper decided actually I want to come play center back. I remember that one. That was fun. Again, City are really good, man. Like, it's hard to just like, we're gonna play this way the whole game. Like, there's no magic tactic against these very good teams that you can just play magic tactic and you win the game. Like, it doesn't. That's not how football works. Like, you start a certain way and then they adjust and then you adjust and they adjust and you adjust and they adjust. Like, if you look, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, Chelsea are great. Like, City are having a really hard time getting the timing for runs in behind. There's enough pressure on the ball. The line has been organized enough. And then you see they get the timing right a few times, and then the line gets it wrong a few times, and all of a sudden you get like Vardiol breakaway, Nunez breakaway, equalizer. Great, let's hit more flat corners at Holland's head. There we go, another huge missed chance. Great. That's like the same as the Vardiol one in the first half. The piece has been pretty good. Real good. Love flat corners at the first guy. But yeah, City get their timing right and then they equalize. So then you adjust at halftime. You bring the press much higher. You deny their ability to get high quality final third entries at the chance that they get more speculative balls in behind. You deal with them pretty well. You deal with one poorly, and not you deal with one poorly. Your dumbass goalkeeper deals with one poorly. And then that's the game. That's the whole game. And then you just are open. No, in Nkunku, I'm over in Nkunku. The guy doesn't listen. Nkunku might be a very good player. I think he is a very good player, but he does not try. And if he doesn't try, I have no interest. Goodbye. Don't play him. This is why, like, as a João Felix sucks. João Felix is not good, but he tries hard. That is almost exactly the same game as last year. Sigh. Sigh, sigh, sigh. That's the whole game. That's the whole game. Who do we play next week? West Ham, I think. Sigh, 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 sigh. West Ham away. No, West Ham home. Can't wait to see how we mess that one up. At least, and it's like during the window. So, like, some players are going to be playing and find out that he's sold. That'll be fun. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Pedro Neto sure is good. All right, let's go through it so I can literally go do anything else with my day. We talked about the tactics plenty. Here's the team. Sanchez is dog shit at soccer. Just don't play anymore. By the way, I saw a stat. The Sanchez's positioning, the goal on the goal, takes it from a 0.03 xG shot to a 0.4 xG shot. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. But James is okay. That he struggled with Marmouche. Didn't do much in possession. Thought Trev was pretty good. That Colwell was pretty good. Cucurella was just okay. Thought Caicedo was fine. Not great, fine. Thought Enzo was very poor. Just so sloppy in possession. So sloppy in possession. Nani gets the goal and then is a disgrace the rest of the game. Palmer looks not even close to fit. Thought Sancho was okay. Some good connections, but didn't generate anything. Thought Nico was okay. Didn't deserve to come off. 0 out of 10, 0 out of 10, 0 out of 10. Kieran, please stop these watch-alongs. It always ends up with horrific games. Yeah, probably. It must be me. It must be me. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say. I'd be curious to see what that is. What are you gonna do? I'll be curious to see the data as it comes out. Let's update the spreadsheet. Oh, I don't want to. Can I just not do a podcast this week? How about that? Kieran, tell us about the center back the women's team signed. There seems to be a lot of excitement. Brother, that's a great question because it's a positive thing. You guys do not. Shoddy Champstein, only here to laugh at your nerd mathematical models and your insistence that Chelsea are comfortably 4th or 5th best team in the league. Newcastle, City are far better, even Bournemouth. So, Shoddy Champstein, I'm glad you're here to laugh. Because what I'll say to you is my nerdy mathematical models have made me thousands of dollars this year betting against the gambling market. So, listen, this is and look, I'm gonna give this comment way more air than it deserves. I'm gonna give this comment way more air than it deserves. Couple things. These nerdy mathematical models are what got Brighton and Bournemouth and Brentford from League 2 teams to good Premier League teams. You want to talk about these nerdy mathematical models? These are the same nerdy mathematical models that clubs like Bournemouth, who you say are better than Chelsea, are using to find players to sign. So, Chelsea are worse than Bournemouth. It's funny you say that, because those models are how they find their players. So, inherently, these models work. Liverpool, who are currently the best team in the world, sign players using these models. It's the exact same stuff. Fine. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's fine. I'll use Liverpool instead. Brighton are on a 122-year trophy run. They've achieved nothing. Liverpool are the best team in Europe. They are using these models. Listen, it's fine if you want to be anti-technology and anti-intellectual and you want to watch the game and rely on your eyes. That's fine. You are very welcome to do that. And I am very welcome to take your lunch money every day of the week with math and with stats because it works. It does work. So you can say you don't, and that's fine. And this is how you end up being Manchester United in 14th. That's how. That's how. When you talk about Real Madrid are the best team in Europe, really? Really? Again, why am I doing this? This guy's just a twat. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? I don't know. Put user in timeout. Confirm. Goodbye. You watch yourself get banned on stream. Goodbye. Idiot. Why do I bother? Dumbass. Incredible. Incredible. My goodness. My goodness. Again, the people These people advocate. These people advocate for a model that they want Chelsea to do actually what they're doing, where it is just sporting directors scouting and like using their agent connections to get the best play. Like, they're advocating for what Chelsea are doing. What I want Chelsea to do is not what they're doing. I want Chelsea to do what Liverpool are doing, where they use the academy to supplement smart, clever signings for the first team, good players from a variety of leagues with a coach whose game model is aligned with the talent. That's all I want. That's all I want. I wanted Michael Edwards at Chelsea so bad. So bad. By the way, if Chelsea come top 4, if Chelsea lock in top 4, the violence I will be wreaking on the timeline is scandalous. The violence on the timeline will be scandalous if Chelsea make top. Like, I will absolutely, I will go through my mute list and rip every human being on that. Yeah. We call 5th place a tie. Yeah, I mean, 5th place is whatever. Bet Mbappe came up horrible in the stats for the Madrid scouts. Can I say after the last 6 games that we deserve top 4? But this is the thing. The season isn't 6 games. The season is 38 games. Can I say over the 23 matches that Chelsea have played so far that they're the 4th best team? Yes, I think I can. I think I can say that over 23 games, Chelsea are the 4th best team. The 4th best team doesn't mean you will come 4th, right? Like, that is entirely possible. But if I update the spreadsheet, right? Like, which is what I was going to do before we're going to talk about Gurma eventually, because we'll get there. We'll get there, I promise. But, like, let me go. I'm sorry. I know that sucks. Minus 1.3 years. Minus 2. 2.6. What was it? Actually, I didn't even look after the goal. Probably worse. 2.7 to 1.3. By the way, I know it says 1.6, but I'm taking off the Jackson chance because that was offside. 10 shots to 15. Oops. Sorry, I know the clicky clacky is annoying. What's the box touch? 25 to 24. Motherfucker, I can't touch. Sorry, that was aggressive length. No, 24 to 25. So, like, when I used to be like that idiot when you said Neto is useless. Now I've seen the light. Did City deserve 4th 2 months ago when they were looking? No. So, like, this is the thing, right? Like, again, City played very well today. I thought they did exactly what they should have done, right? Like, I think City approached the game quite smartly. Chelsea played pretty poorly. I think that's fair. But again, over the course of the season, the whole season, I think it's fair to say Chelsea are that. I'm curious how their table is adjusted. I would suspect not much. Predicted. See, that's so City have, yeah. So look. Before today, this was 45, 45, 45, and City were 40. City winning today and playing very well. They've eaten it all, and Chelsea are still ahead of all these teams to come 4th. So basically, no difference. Basically, no difference. If you go here, Chelsea's are 50, like 53, 55% chance. Top 5, which feels very low, by the way, but that's okay. Mark, our sets are up. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so this has the Jackson chance in it still. So like we'll skew that down. Expected threat. Like this is, yeah. Basically they get up to here and then it's more or less even for the second half. Unexpected threat. And Chelsea just creates so little. So little. Progression via pass. Sanchez stunk. This is the killer one. This is the killer one that you just couldn't get somebody near Gundogan. Big field tilt, high line. Pretty even on box shots. This kills you. 7. Chelsea gets 7 high turnovers. 7 high turnovers, and they only turn it into 1 shot. That's brutal. 7 high turnovers, and you get 1 shot. That is brutal. I thought Chelsea were very wasteful in transition. I think that's a very fair characterization. Do we know if the Sancho deal has some sort of out, or are we obligated? If Chelsea come above 14th, we are obligated. Is allegedly the wording. Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. Let's see what McCloskey's got. $2.4 to 1.4. Again, skew that down because of the Jackson one, but the Jackson one's very low in here. Yeah, it very much was like Palmer second 9. Like it was like 4-2-2-2-y. To be fair to Sancho, 25 million is an okay price for a backup. Yeah, we got to tank down to 15th to avoid the Sancho deal. No, don't be. Yeah. Also, I remember talking from him taking a 50% pay cut to move to Chelsea. So, like, yeah, people said that. I don't know how real that is. Oh, Dimitri's model is really wrong on Madueke. 0.5. It also doesn't know that the goalkeeper is out of the goal, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't know, man. I don't know what you want. Especially the João Felix deal. Why did we do that, man? Yeah, that one's dumb. It was a dumb. It was objectively a dumb deal to do. If you were gonna sell Gallagher, just sell Gallagher. Why do you have to do this dummy thing? And you shouldn't have sold Gallagher. Remember when Caicedo played beside Gallagher and it looked like an outstanding midfield? I don't think they played next to each other very often at all. But yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have Gallagher. Imagine being able to play the second half of that game with Gallagher as the 10, pressing and chasing and harrying and denying their ability to play balls in behind. Imagine. It would be great. Yeah, I don't think Caicedo and Gallagher played next to each other very often. And I don't think that midfield works as a pair, right? But I think Gallagher as a 10 is super useful to you. Because then you can go Palmer as a winger and you can do all this stuff. Langsar didn't die for this. When Enzo was out. Yeah, but again, remember, like Chelsea won all those games, but they didn't play that well. Like we've talked about this before. Like the if you look at those last 10 games where Chelsea win a bunch of the games, like their expected goal difference is like mildly positive. And it's just like an absolute insane Palmer finishing heater those last 6 games. The only one they played really well was West Ham. But like Everton, they win 6-0 in like a kind of even game. Like it was pretty crazy. So I don't know, man. I would firmly encourage people not to overreact to. I would firmly encourage people not to overreact to that game. But let's see. It's interesting. Interesting. Still feel like our team massively lacks physicality. Also, I can just get the other monitor so that I'm not twisting my head all the time. Hold on, we're going to the 2-monitor setup. Go into the 2 monitors. Means I can move OBS over. Okay. Okay, OBS is right in front of me now. Oh yeah, I forgot my ordered the wrong way. That's really whatever. So like, I don't know. So this is their forecast. Let me see. I gotta update Chasing Pack. Villa play tomorrow. Spurs play tomorrow. Chelsea played City and lost. Suck. I think the thing that's going to be very difficult, because somebody brought up that part of the winning run last year was playing a bunch of teams who were on the beach. I think an actual meaningful thing for this season that's going to suck is Chelsea are probably going to play no teams that are on the beach at the end. Like Ipswich will be very close to being relegated. Villa might be on the beach. Brighton will probably be on the beach. That's not Chelsea. Here's Chelsea. Liverpool could like clinch the title against us at Stamford Bridge, which would suck. Newcastle will matter. United will probably be on the beach. Forest will probably be close. Everton should be on the beach. Fulham should be on the beach. That's kind of what I expect in those last 6. So, I don't know. Like, you look at it. So, Chelsea are still on pace for 71. Right? I think 71 will be enough for top 4 if they win the same games as last year. But you look at this set of games, and it's like Chelsea have to take 13 points from the next 5, which is doable, right? Like I would expect West Ham, Southampton, Leicester are all wins for sure. And then Villa, Brighton, like maybe they swap, maybe it's the same, maybe you win both. I don't know. But like you really got to put points there. And then you play Arsenal in a title race. We lost that one, so it's a free hit. You beat Spurs last year. Can you win that one again? Brentford, Ipswich, Liverpool, Newcastle. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I still favor Chelsea for top 4. I still do. But I don't know. I'm not certain of that. You know what I mean? I'm not certain. I think it's still likely, but not certain. Alrighty. There's a bunch of questions here. Close this because I don't do this anymore. There is obs. Okay. There was a lot of chat in here. Let me see. Malangsar didn't die for this. Agree. Seeing everyone gassed out 24/7 really makes me hanker for the guy who has had 4 lungs. I don't know if we gassed out today. That didn't feel like a fatigue second half. So maybe it was, I guess. Like I am complaining that they would stop pressing. Rainman, still feel our team massively lacks physicality. Lots of technical players who aren't able to use their technique half the time and get undone by worse footballers who run or jump better. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the real limitations of this team is when this is your midfield, you have one legitimate good defensive player in there. Like Palmer for his many talents. I really don't like Palmer as a 10. For his many talents, I really think Palmer is better as a wide player who can drift inside than as a 10. Like, I really strongly feel that way. And I want to see Nkunku play as the 10 and Palmer play as the winger. Or Palmer plays the 10 and Nkunku is the winger. I don't care which. But I want both of those guys between lines. Because I think then you have real accelerators there. Like, if you asked me how I would have set up today, I was fine with this 11 to start because it's like within the constraints that we're going to pick, it's fine. But I think the thing that I want to get to more of is like this player comes inside and James is full width there. Because like, look at today. Did you feel that Nunez and Guardiola did not have the ability to recover in transition because they were high and wide as fullbacks? Because I didn't. I know Maresca has said multiple times you don't want to do that. I don't know. Does a target striker who could win headers help the team out? Yeah, for sure. Not today. I don't think having like a backup striker magically changes today, but I think having a second striker is valuable for like whatever you like the way Villa do, where they bring both strikers on and you roll with it. It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't even know why I have Twitter. It's just gonna make me mad. It's fascinating. Is Kelleher any good? I think Kelleher is pretty good, but I don't think he's a meaningful upgrade on Sanchez or Jorgensen. And this is the thing that I've like gotten stuck with a whole bunch of times. Is in limited minutes, Kelleher looks pretty good, but it's very limited minutes. And this is the thing, is across the board, if you look at the goalkeeper market, they're either like really good but unattainable, like Alisson or Courtois or I don't know. That's kind of the whole list. It's not like a great global goalkeeping class right now. Mike Maignan, who's always injured and is like I have never thought is amazing. Or it's guys who are like not that much better than Sanchez and Jorgensen, and you're just like hoping that they flip the right way, which is why I'm like, okay, play Jorgensen then, and it's fine. I think the same thing about the strikers, that like it's kind of an awkward striker market. It's us or Newcastle for 4th or 5th. Yeah, I think so. I think those are the 4th and 5th. Yeah, I think those are definitely the 4th and 5th best teams. Like if you look, this was Chelsea, this is Newcastle. I thought Alisson was kind of attainable. He might be because he's a free agent. He's out of contract this summer, but like he's injured all the time now, and he's gonna want $1 trillion a week. You look at Newcastle, City, Forest, Liverpool, Fulham, City, Forest, Liverpool is a pretty brutal stretch of 4 that they took 3 points from last year. And then they have Chelsea, Arsenal, Everton, Brighton. That's not an easy Final Four, but maybe you get whatever. Maybe you get Brighton and they're on the beach or whatever. I don't know, man. We'll see. Like Newcastle are a little bit of a finish, like a scoring heater. Like they deserve to beat Southampton because Southampton are awful, right? Like they deserve to win this game, but it's Southampton. Like let's chill. Let's not get carried away. Still reckon we get top 5, and all it takes is being slightly better than Newcastle, City, Forest for now to the end. It pissed me off seeing the issues with our squad being ignored. Yeah, like the midfield thing is a legitimate problem. Like I bet you Enzo Fernandez was like pretty deep on the injections today to play. I think he was pretty deep on the injection. Got 2 of the best attacking right backs in the world, but Maresca hates overlapping fullbacks. Maresca does not like the up and down. I know he doesn't. I think he's wrong to think that way. I think he should try it. Give me an Isak injury in their toast. Yeah, Isak is like, and Isak is very injury prone. He misses lots of games. Yeah, or you could buy Matt Sells. Yeah, but like this is what I'm saying. Like it's just a gamble. It's a gamble. Like Chelsea Youth said earlier, like go get an Edu Mendy loan. Girma time. Naomi Girma. I think Naomi Girma is the best center back in women's world football. She is a tremendous passer. So, for context, right? Like 91% pass completion, 5 progressive passes, and you're like, wow, that's a good possession center back. Her team must have all the ball. San Diego Wave were maybe the worst possession team in all of NWSL last year. They were horrific. So for her to put up these possession numbers for a team that bad is insane. She is a excellent defender in 3s and 2s. She's quite good in the air for she's small. She's like not a tall center back. She's quite good in the air for her size. She's very good at gauging which one she has to join into and which one she doesn't. Excellent in possession and pretty comfortable defending in depth. Like, she is so good. She is so good. Yeah, like they and San Diego are hot garbage. Like if you go to NWSL, so she puts up 5 progressive passes last year. San Diego came 10th with a -5 expected goal difference and had 54% of the ball after Casey Stoney gets fired. Like they were not a good possession team. They did not effectively get into the final third at all. Like not a good team. Emma Hayes called her the best defender she's ever seen. I think so. Yeah, I think I saw that quote. Girma is very, very good. We do NWSL previews at ASA, and I am writing the San Diego Wave one, and basically all of my thing will be like, your 2 best players left, and you're gonna suck. Because they also traded away their best young player. For reasons unbeknownst to me. That's interesting. So here's where we are. I don't have much else to say to you, friends. I think Chelsea. Are Strasbourg playing right now? Because that would be fun. Strasbourg. Huh. Another Andre Santos goal. Another Andre Santos goal. Let's Andre Santos. Let's see. Did he score a banger or was it, what is it? Media. I'm not seeing a tweet for him. Oh wow. There's definitely a banger from outside the box. See if it's in r/soccer. You can see him. Patrick Schick fan, may I ask what ASA is? ASA is American Soccer Analysis. This is one of the websites that I help run. It is, in my opinion, the best resource for public analytics work. It is primarily, as you would guess from the name, focused on stuff in America, so MLS and NWSL. We do really cool research. Like this guy Paul Harvey looked at measuring team cohesion. So if you look at the number of passes between the players on the field and showing that actually it does positively correlate with your team playing better, both in terms of the number of chances you concede and the XG you generate. Like that's a super cool public thing. We did stuff for the draft. We did a very cool Elliot, who's like one of the best analytics follows that you can find, did an awesome thing about substitutions, right? Showing like when you're looking at the stats of players who play primarily as subs, you have to be really mindful. So like FBref does not record stoppage time minutes. If you played 15 minutes of stoppage time, it only counts as 1 minute, right? It counts as you playing 1 minute. So you have to be really cognizant of that. And the gap between stoppage time and real minutes is very, very big now. So there's a whole bunch of really, really cool research on here. MLS and NWSL specific, but also like just general like soccer things, right? Like that are pretty cool. So would highly check it out. That's what ASA is. Do I ever look at Spielverlagerung? Not very much anymore, because it's not as good anymore. Spielverlagerung back in the day was like the best stuff. And all the people who were writing were going from Spielverlagerung to clubs. And I find it's not as good anymore. But there is some really good tactical stuff there. Really, really good tactical stuff there. But it's they don't post nearly as much as they used to, and I don't think it's as good. I hate that links don't show up in chat. Maresca quotes. Martin, I don't know if Rafael does, but Rene Maric works for Bayern B now. Admin Osim Basic works for one of the Greek teams. He was at Houston and Atlanta before. Yeah, most of the OG Spielberg guys got big jobs. They're very, very clever. What else we got? How are Chelsea women so much better run than men? Is it an easier market to dominate? So yeah, like on one hand, women's football is way easier to dominate because you can buy the best center back in the world for at £900,000, right? Like from a financial outlay perspective, like you actually can just go buy all the best players in the world. And I had like a snarky tweet this week about how, like, why don't the men just go do that? They've spent £1.5 billion. Like you could go get £135 million player at every single position. And I know that's me being snarky, right? I know that's me being snarky, but I want to find this understanding. But like I do think it's different. It's different. Let's see this Santos goal. It is different, but also like the owners on the women's side have no influence. No way. All right, yeah, fair enough. Great hit. All right, cool. Wouldn't that have been nice to have today? Paul Green is like the equivalent of a general manager for Chelsea women. They have a bunch of scouts. They very, very heavily use data in their recruitment. They were one of StatsBomb's. They worked with StatsBomb a lot. So like they're using data. They seem pretty good. And like the agent, there are women's agents, right? Like it is a thing, but it's not like it is on the men's side. It does exist, but it's not the way it is on the men's. Have I commented on the Arsenal red card? Yeah, my opinion of it was that it was not a red card. Osman Basic just joined Plymouth. Oh, really? I should message him. I like Adam. He's very, very nice. Oh, he was at Cercle Bruges. He was not at. Kira, I'm about to get angry with Maresca quotes from the press conference. That's what I like to hear. I am waiting for. I'm waiting for it to end so I can read all of them. Oh, he followed his manager to Plymouth. Yeah, Adin is very, very clever. Very clever. somebody asked my thoughts on Amiga, which I don't. I'm definitely not saying that right. My feel on him is that he has one of the most unique stats profiles I've ever seen. Like, this is a guy who takes, like, he does nothing well. Like, he doesn't take lots of shots. He doesn't take people on. He doesn't, like, get into the box a tremendous amount. Like, you go through and you look and you're like, I don't know what this guy does. And the only thing he does do is he takes shots of unbelievably high quality. And when I see things like this, I think this is such an outlier number that it's pretty unlikely to me that it's going to continue at that rate. But, like, he's got 8 XG and 1290s. Let's see what the XG of his goal today was. Probably quite high. He takes 5 shots in the box. He puts up 0.9 XG again. Like, you're like, oh my God. Like, yeah, all right, fair enough. Scores a header off a fast break. Like, it's pretty weird. But generally, when you see low shots, huge XG guys, that does not translate super well, in my opinion. He's a very interesting player. Like, if Chelsea didn't have Guiu, I'd be like, a cheap like backup 9 deal. Yeah, I'd be into this. I'd be into this as someone to have a look at, for sure. But I think, like, that's a pretty big gamble. Like, I think Strasbourg will sell him for a lot of money to somebody, and that's fine. The story of Stewart showing clips of a Disasi tackle and scream to win Stanley to convince him we should sign Disasi is the analysis we use to sign players. I have not heard that story. If that's real, that is scandalous. Though, like, I don't like the Disasi deal as I don't dislike the Disasi deal as much as other people. Like, he played a lot last season and was totally fine. Who's the 17-year-old Ligue 2 guy that we're linked to? His name is, I want to get it right. His name is Eli Jr. Krupi. He's not 17, he's 18, assuming this is who you were talking about. He has, like, gargantuan Ligue 2 stats, and he has consistently. And he had, like, pretty good numbers in the top division for Lorient before they got relegated. This is, like, a good, cheap gamble to park at Strasbourg. Like, this is exactly what Strasbourg should be, is, like, this kind of guy. Like, 5 million, 6 million, park him there. The other guy, the one who plays for Lyon, I know nothing of. I don't even think he's played in Liga. Yeah, he has 9 Europa League minutes. Like, we don't know anything about that. Disasi makes a lot of sense if Poch wanted a man mountain. Also, Trev was out for 6 months. Yeah, like, this is the thing. Like, Trev was injured for a long time, so he had to play. I mean, you could have just played Colwell at center back and played Matson at left back more. That could have been a thing, but it wasn't the worst. It's just so shady to be like, what a coincidence. The perfect guy happens to be on the team I used to sporting director. Yeah, like, listen, we did an interview with Nikos Overhool at ASA for our podcast there, where he talks about so Nikos Overhool, for those who don't know, he used to be the director of recruitment at Vancouver, but he worked for StatsBomb, he worked for Midtjylland, he worked for Brentford, he was working doing some consulting work for a Champions League team recently. Pretty good, like, stats recruitment guy, really strong stats recruitment guy. And one of the things, like, him and I talk about recruitment all the time, and one of the things he was saying was, like, when he sees sporting directors and recruitment people bring players with them to the next club, he's like, you're shit at your job. Because it's just so lazy. Like, I look at all the Brighton guys, and I look at, like, I'm just not sold on it. You're not good at your job. You're not good at your job. I don't know. Loosely related, where do you think Dibbling should go? I don't know. I still feel the Dibbling one is really funny because the Dibbling deal is really funny to me because Chelsea had him for like 3 million. Actually, Chelsea Youth, if you're still here, like you can talk about this. Like he like Dibbling came to Chelsea, had a really hard time settling in, and Chelsea were like, "Listen, you're a kid. Like, we don't want to like ruin your life. Like, we'll just get our money back, and you can go back to Southampton." And like that looks really good for Southampton now. And I have a ton of respect for. I think Chelsea have historically handled the kids from the academy really well. Like the stories you hear about Tika Masanda after he breaks his leg. Tika or Lamisha, I can't remember which one. They broke their leg, and Chelsea renewed their contract for another year, so they could like stay and get fit and like figure out their life after pro football. On the women's side, Chelsea just renewed Anik Nouwen's contract, who is not playing in the first team right now because she's injured and her contract was going to expire. It was going to expire, and like that's what it is. And so they give her another year to like get fit, find a new move, whatever. Yeah. So it is what it is. All right, let's go look at the Maresca quotes because I want to be mad. I want to get angry. I need to get the views up. On the bigger picture, in my opinion, I think we are a better team than 2 months ago. These type of games will make us better. We need to live this experience. We can be 3rd, 4th, 5, or 6th. The important thing is we are focused and we are trying to improve game after game. Do you really think we are a better team now than 2 months ago? We're certainly not playing better than we were 2 months ago. But like putting that aside, are we a better team than we are 2 months ago? I think certainly not. On taking advantage of Kusanov, we exploited him quite well. We scored the first one and could have scored the second one. It doesn't mean you're going to score a goal, even if the chance is there. Unfortunately, we missed, and the game I think was there. I think that's a really interesting. I think it's fair. I think it is actually very fair for Maresca to say, if Chelsea score the transition where Palmer overhits the square to Jackson, we all feel very different about the game. Josh Otter would like to know why he thinks that. Yeah, I would also love to know. Again, I think like the way a press conference format is like not really suitable to having good conversations like this. But like whoever asked this, I would have loved to ask like, why do you think the team is better now than they were 2 months ago? What are you seeing that makes you think that? Because like, again, I will say this all the time. Enzo Maresca has forgotten more about football than I know. He's forgotten more. Like, these people are incredibly knowledgeable. I don't agree with this assessment, and I would love to know why he thinks that. Like, I had a conversation at MLS Cup. I watched the Red Bull play the Galaxy, and the Red Bull lost. And I had a conversation with Sandro Schwartz, who coaches the Red Bull. And I said to him, like, in his press conference, he was like, no, the Galaxy played the way we thought they were going to play. But the Galaxy played like a crazy, surprising way in that they played very direct and they packed their midfield with 3 destroyers, which is not how they played the whole season. And in the press conference, he's like, they played how we thought they were going to play. And so afterwards, I ran into him in the hall and I said, like, why did you think they were going to play that way? Because like I think most people didn't think that. And he literally laid out, he's like, well, this is what they were saying during the week. And he goes, and this is how they played when Ricky Puig, who was their best player, tore his ACL in the semifinal. He's like, this is how they played when he didn't play throughout the year. And we thought it's a big game. They're probably going to play direct and scrap for second balls. So we thought if we went a little bit man-marky that we could handle that pretty easily, and we couldn't. And it was like, oh, that's like a real thoughtful conversation that you get a way better answer. And I remember talking to other reporters after his press conference who were like, oh, he's full of shit. Why did he didn't think that they were going to play direct. Nobody thought they were going to play direct. So, like, you can have those conversations, but it has to be back and forth, which is hard. Tika Masanda is now first team scout at Tottenham. That's cool. And yeah, the dibbling story. On Sanchez errors this season, do you trust him? We trust Robert for sure. He's completely aware he's making mistakes in this moment. We trust Robert. We have one entire week. We will see the reaction for the next game. This quote's going to make people mad, but, like, what's he supposed to say? He says he's making a mistake. He knows he made a mistake. What's he supposed to say? Actually, I think Sanchez is terrible, and I don't trust him. That doesn't help anything. Like, the fact that he's acknowledging he's not playing well is sufficient for me. On the intensity, for sure the way they play it is not easy to deal, and they are masters in the way they play. The plan was working very good, and if we scored the second one, we would be talking differently now. Again, I think this is a totally valid... I think that is an absolutely valid comment on the game, that if Chelsea score the second transition from Cole Palmer, this game feels very different. I think that is a totally reasonable thing to say. I think the follow-up to that is, like, the plan was working very good. Was, past tense. We started exactly the way we prepared. We could have scored a second one. I'm completely sure if we scored the second one, the game completely changes. The high pressing, you have to be brave in those games. I think we deal for most parts of the game quite well. I think largely, if you look at, like, minutes of the game, like, Chelsea are fine for probably like 45 of them. The last, like, 15, 20 minutes of the first half is really bad. The first 20 minutes of the second half are pretty good, and then everything after they concede is bad. Because they just have no ability to generate pressure and to create chances. Yeah, I don't expect him to shut out Sanchez. I think the bigger thing is that he starts Jorgensen, because otherwise there are no consequences about performance. I agree with you on that. I agree with you that he should play Jorgensen against. On Sanchez, Robert for sure is completely aware he has to do better. He knows perfectly in this moment it is like this. The good thing is he is the first one knowing aware that he has to do better. I think that's a fair comment. These don't make me that mad. I think this is, like, a reasonable... I think that the thing that, like to me, the thing that, like, is needs more expansion, that someone has to press him on, is the plan was working very good, and if we scored the second one, we would be talking differently now. Sure, I agree with you. The plan was, past tense, working very good. After you don't get the second one, and after the transition slowed down because City stopped passing the ball to Kusanov, and they changed their build, now what? It's not the same game anymore. You need an adjustment and a different plan, which we saw at halftime, and then you concede, and then the game goes out the window. But, like, I think you need to talk about that. Or somebody should ask, like, hey, well, like, clearly it did not work the last 20 minutes of the first half. I don't know, like, it's the goal. It's the goal. That's the whole second half is the goal. The Foden one at the end. Like, this goal is such a nothing moment. And other than that, it's like, again, and to be clear, Chelsea did not create very much either in the second half. Chelsea created very, very little in the second half. Like, I would say nothing good. Nothing good. Again, Jackson goes off and you get 0. You get one shot after Jackson goes off in 40 minutes. Second opportunity was around the 10-minute mark. There were 75 minutes for change. I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. And I think, like, if you look, right, if we look at where's the Marquee boy, right? Like, if I go back to here, right? Like, at 30 minutes, you're pretty happy with this. It's the next 15 where you're like, oh my God, this is a disaster. And this goes back to what I said during the game, right? Like, if at 30 minutes you're like, we're okay here, it's basically impossible in the middle of this block to stop it and change it, right? I think it's pretty difficult to do that. But to me, the bigger thing that I hold against Maresca here is like, you have to look at this 30-minute mark and be like, okay, we've gotten like 2 good chances off of transitions. We've created very little in possession, which I think is an underrated part of this game, by the way, is that Chelsea were very poor in possession. Very little ability to play through Man City. Very, very, very little ability to play through Man City. But I think you have to look at this 30-minute mark and be like, okay, we've had a lot of trouble playing through. And this is all of City's XG, but also like there have been like offside ones and like close ones and like last ditch recoveries that you're like, oof, I don't know, man. Like this is getting pretty dicey. Like we were all talking about the high line before that. I think you have to look at it. And again, like when we're talking about like a naivete thing, what I would have loved to seen is like after the first one, the like Gvardiol the weird breakaway one, bro, Sanchez go down, kill the clock a little bit, get the guys, my shoulder, get the trainer on, take a breath, slow it down. Guys go get water. Maresca can give a little like whatever talk we have to have, and you can kill it. You can kill it. Individual nightmares for Sanchez. What are we talking about, Jackson? What are we talking about, Jackson? Again, listen. People talk about Jackson because it does numbers, because people don't like him. That's the only reason. Or they know nothing about ball. Those are the only 2 things. Yeah, that's a crazy thing. That's a crazy thing. So like it's hard, man. It's hard. That I think is the thing. Would it be fair to say that age and inexperience aside, our squad is mid-table in every position bar Cole, and that's what we're seeing right now? Absolutely not. Not even close to true. I think Chelsea are... If you made me rank Chelsea in the table by positional group, if you made me rank Chelsea in the table by positional group, they would be like... I don't know, like 10th best goalkeepers or something. I think their fullback room is like 4th or 5th. I think their center back room is probably 3rd or 4th. I think, yeah, like you look at center backs, like what center back room is better than Chelsea's center back room? Liverpool, like Van Dijk and Konate, definitely better. I don't think City's center back room is better. Arsenal's is definitely better. I think Van de Ven and Romero are probably better as a pair than most of Chelsea's center backs. But Colwill Fofana, I think, is probably a little bit better than them. But those guys are always injured. Fofana's always injured. Like I think Chelsea probably have the 3rd best center back room in the league. Like it's not like Newcastle have better center backs or Forest have better. Like really, we're gonna talk about Murillo. I don't think Palace have better center backs. I don't think West Ham do. I don't think Brighton do. Like, let me just pull up the table. Like, so goalkeepers. Let's go through it. We'll add a new tab to the spreadsheet. We'll do this live and we'll do this interactively. Okay? Goalkeepers, center backs, fullbacks, defensive midfielders, attacking midfielders, wingers, forwards. Okay? And we're gonna go through the whole table. And we're gonna rank the whole league. And we're gonna stop when we get to Chelsea. For all of them. Okay? We're gonna stop when we get to Chelsea. Let's let me see here. We're gonna go through. Okay? So let's go through. We're going to go through the whole thing. This is going to be our interactive show of the day. Okay? I don't care the order above or below Chelsea. I just want to find where Chelsea are. Do Liverpool have better goalkeepers than Chelsea? Yes. Do Arsenal have better goalkeepers than Chelsea? Yes, I think Raya is quite good. Do Forest have better goalkeepers than Chelsea? No. Sells has been really good this year, but I would say no. Is Ederson better? Yeah, probably. I like Ortega a lot too. Are Newcastle's goalkeepers better than Chelsea? Like, is Nick Pope really better than Sanchez and Jorgensen? I don't think so. Bournemouth, is Kepa better than Sanchez and Jorgensen? Honestly, probably. Kepa's fine. I hate him, but he sucks. Villa, Dibu Martinez. Sure. I don't agree with this, but people will say. Verbruggen, is he better? For sure. I don't think so. Fulham have Bernd Leno. Is he better? For sure. I don't think so. Is Mark Flecken better at Brentford? No, I don't think so. Is... I'm trying to remember who Palace's goalkeeper is. Who's Palace's goalkeeper? I'm like having a nightmare here. Henderson. I don't think Henderson's better than those guys. We already got to Sells. We already got to Forest, and I said no. I don't think he's better. I don't think this is better. I think Onana is better. Ooh. I think Onana is better, even though he's having not a great year. I don't think Fabianski's better. I think Vicario is better. I don't think Pickford is better. I don't think Jose Sa is better. I don't think Muric is better. I think Mads Hermansen is probably pretty good. I don't know if he's better. And I don't think the collection of awful Southampton goalkeepers are better. So Chelsea are 8th. Like how I put that there. And then I don't care about anybody below. So Chelsea have the 8th best goalkeeper core. I think that's reasonable. I'm curious what other people in chat. Is there anyone I didn't put in here that you would say is definitely better? Give you guys a few minutes to catch up, but like I don't think I would say that. I think I'd rather have Pope. I think 8th is extremely generous for Sanchez. Yeah, but it's not just Sanchez, right? It's Sanchez and Jorgensen. And like Sanchez, as bad as he was today, has been mostly fine. Has been mostly fine. But I'll give you Nick Pope. I like Pope. I'll give you Pope. Okay, so we'll put Chelsea 9th. Okay, we'll put Chelsea 9th. I will not hear anybody else though. Like I'm not giving you anybody else. I already gave you Villa, and I don't think Dibu Martinez is good at all. Let's go to center backs. Liverpool definitely ahead. Arsenal definitely ahead. Forest. I don't think Forest's. Thomas Wilkins is just pointing out. I don't think Verbruggen is better than Sanchez. I don't think Verbruggen is like the same in that he makes a lot of crazy errors. No, I like Onana. I have Onana ahead. I think Onana's great. I think he's having a really bad year, but I think Onana's great. Center backs. Okay, Forest does not have better center backs. Definitely not. I don't think the collection of Kusanov and Stones and Akanji is better than Chelsea. I don't think Lascelles and Schär and Dan Burn and comps are one. City, Spurs ahead on center back. I don't think City are better on center backs. We just watched Kusanov give Chelsea the game, and he goes straight into the starting 11. I don't think Ruben Diaz. I don't think City are better at center back. Let's come back to City. Forest definitely not. Newcastle. I don't think Lascelles and Botman and Schär are better. Bournemouth. I don't think Zabarni and Dean Huijsen are better at all. Shar Botman are quite good. I think Newcastle are good. Like Newcastle are, I think they're worse than Chelsea. I'm not saying they're not good. I just think like if Chelsea's center back room is Colwill, Fofana, Badiashile, Chaloba, Disasi, Tosin, Josh. That's a really strong and deep center back room. Like that's a lot of solid center backs that can hang. Like this is a really deep thing in here. So like let's come back to City. We can talk about City at the end. Only center backs. We're gonna get to fullback. Only center backs. We're gonna get to fullback. Bournemouth. I don't think Huijsen and Zabarni are better. Villa. I don't think Ezri Konsa and like I don't even know who played against Monaco midweek. And Tyrone Mings and yeah, like I don't think, and Bogard, who for some reason they were calling Bohada last weekend, which I was like, what is going on? Like who do they play at center back? Yeah, Mings and Konsa. Like I don't think Villa are better, is the point I'm making here. Brighton, certainly not. Fulham, certainly not. Brentford, certainly not. Palace, certainly not. United, absolutely not. West Ham, absolutely not. Spurs, like I think you can get to Spurs and say that you like Van de Ven and Romero more than you like Colwill and Fofana. I think that's a defensible opinion. I don't agree with it, but I think it's defensible. Yeah, Pau Torres for Villa as well. But like whatever. I think you can say Van de Ven and Romero are better than Colwill and Fofana. I don't agree with that, but I think you could say it. But after Van de Ven and Romero, who are both injury prone, you have nothing. Gregerson sucks. And Chelsea have many more good center backs. So you're not going to say Spurs. Everton, definitely not. Wolves, definitely not. Ipswich, definitely not. So you end up with either Chelsea, City, or City, Chelsea. I think it's Chelsea, City, but I'm fine with City, Chelsea. And just to make my point, I'll give you City. To make my point that Chelsea are not. So already we've said Chelsea are not mid-table at center back. Now we go to fullback. So Chelsea's fullback room is Gusto, Vega, Cucurella, James. Right? Let's call that the fullback room. Because since nobody else really plays in those roles. Because Chilwell's not part of it. Liverpool, Robinson and Trent, definitely better. Arsenal, Lewis Skelly, Ben White, Tomiyasu, Zinchenko. Like, is that room really better? Now, do we actually count Reece considering he's super injury prone? Well, this is part of it, right? Like, I think Chelsea get a big discount here because Reece James is always hurt. I think that's the thing. Like, the same way I'm discounting Spurs because their best two center backs always hurt. Yeah, like, I think Arsenal's fullback room is probably better. Timber, Calafiori, like, I think that room is probably better. Cauliflower, nice. Is that Tinarello? Is that what Calafiori means in Italian? Is his name really cauliflower? That'd be really funny if it is. That would be really, really funny if that's what it is. How much of a knock is my point? Yeah, I don't know. So Arsenal's ahead. City, Forest, it's Ola Aina who's good, but the rest it's not there. City, I think, is definitely not better. Newcastle, I'm going to give you Newcastle because I really like Hall and Livramento, and I think that's a lie. Like, I think I'm lying by doing that. But I'll do it to make my point. Bournemouth, no. Villa, no. Brighton, no. Fulham, Jetty's really good, but they're very weak on the other flank. Brentford, no. Palace, no. United, like, do you like Delo and Shaw and like Delo and Shaw and Lissandro at left back sometimes, and Malacia. How do you feel about those guys? No. West Ham, no. Spurs, like you could talk me into like if you really liked Spurs guys, like if you really liked, I don't know, I don't I can't get there. I can't get there on Spurs, man. At fullback, like, do you love Udogi and Poro? Do you love those guys? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I can get there and say like I love Udogi and I love those guys more than Chelsea's guys. So Ricardo Calafiori being Ricky Cauliflower would be so funny. Everton, no. Wolves, no. Ipswich, Leicester, Southampton, no. So, okay, you get back to Chelsea are fourth for fullbacks. Still not there. Still not there. Okay, so now you go, and I think this is harsh to put them fourth and not third. So now you get to no, this season. We're talking about this season. Talk about their like ability as a player. Hey, now you get to defensive midfielders. You have Caicedo. You have Lavia, who doesn't play. You have Enzo Fernandez, kind of. And that's it. That's your defensive midfielders, right? So, Liverpool, like, do you think Gravenberch and McAllister, McAllister, and Endo is a better defensive midfielder room? Because I certainly don't think that's better. So I don't think Liverpool are. I think, get back to the table. Arsenal, I think Arsenal are ahead. Right? Like, I think Rice and Partey and Jorginho and I don't know. What else do we want to talk about in their midfield? Who else they got? Who's out? It's really just those guys. Hermanson is better than Sanchez. I'd take Dane Henderson too. No, you wouldn't. Don't do that. You're lying to yourself. You would today, but you would not in general. Don't. Yeah, Mikel Merino, like Arsenal are top. I think that much is clear. Or maybe not top, whatever. City. I think City are ahead. Kovacic, Gundogan, Bilva, Rodri is injured for this whole season, but like I'll include him partially in the count. Rico Lewis, like well, I'm sure they'll buy another midfielder this year. I'll put City there. I don't think those guys are actually that good, but I think it's probably a better midfield room than Chelsea's or defensive midfield room. Forest, also no. Newcastle. If you really like Bruno G and you really like Tonali, you could get there. Lewis Miley, I think, is useful. I think Joe Willock is good. But I think in terms of defensive midfielders, like, it's really, really, really just Bruno G and Tonali. So, like, do you think that's better? I don't really. So then I go back to the table. Bournemouth isn't better. Villa. I'll give you Villa. I don't agree with this again, but I'll give you Villa to make my point. Like, I think Villa with Onana, with Tielemans, that's kind of it. Kamara, like, you could get there. Brighton, no. Fulham, no. Brentford, no. Palace, no. United, certainly not. West Ham, no. Spurs, you get to like Bentancur. You get to Bentancur and you get to, I think actually they're like pretty weak in midfield. Basuma and Sarr. As deep midfielders, like, no, I'm not taking that over Chelsea. You know what I mean? Everton, no. Wolves, no. Ipswich, Leicester, Southampton, no. So you get back to Chelsea are here. Again. Get to attacking midfielder. So Chelsea, you've got Enzo, you have Palmer, you have Nkunku, you have Felix, you have Ugarte Mainu in a better functioning team is quite good. No. Yeah, I think Ugarte Mainu is like a midfield that could work. I think it's a midfield that could work, but I don't think it's better than ours. I'd say Newcastle and Villa have better functioning midfields than us. Yes and no. Like, if you take Bruno G out of Newcastle's midfield, is their midfield more functional than ours? I don't think that's true. Ellie Sherman, if the conclusion of this exercise is that we are, for example, top 4 in our position, doesn't that illustrate the deficiency of the manager? We're going to get there. You're getting ahead of yourself. We're going to get there. Tag midfielders, Palmer and Nkunku, Felix, Enzo. Because really, those are the only guys who play in those roles. Is Liverpool better in their attacking midfield with Curtis Jones, Harvey Elliott, and Szoboszlai? No, certainly not. Is Arsenal better with Odegaard and Marino, and it's really just Odegaard who plays in that spot, and Havertz and Nwaneri and whoever else plays in 8. Is that better than Palmer, Enzo, and Nkunku, Felix? No, it's not. Forest, no, it's not. City, I'll give you City, because I think City is deeper. I think like Kevin De Bruyne, Foden, Silva, Marmouche, like I think that is a better 10 room than Chelsea. Newcastle, Willock, Joelinton, no. Bournemouth, no. Villa, Morgan Rogers, no. Brighton, no. Fulham, no. Brentford, no. Palace, no. West Ham, like we can go all the way down. Spurs, then you get to like Madison. Like probably not. So you end up with Chelsea at 2, I think. On paper we have names, but they aren't performing besides Palmer. Yeah, but Palmer has played almost every single minute in the league as the 10. So like our score here should be like 95% Palmer versus everybody else. Right? Like, does Palmer perform better than Curtis Jones? Yes. Does Palmer perform better than Odegaard? Yes. Does Palmer perform better than Hudson-Odoi and whoever? Yes. Does Palmer perform better than, like, I could put him above Chelsea City. Does he perform better than Newcastle, Bournemouth, Villa, so on, so on, so on? Yes, of course, Palmer. And Palmer plays 90% of the minutes as a 10. I could put Chelsea number 1 here, I think, and that would be defensible. I'm not. Again, I'm being generous. Wingers, I think this is where Chelsea will definitely fall down. Liverpool's wingers are worse. Arsenal's wingers are worse. How is City first then? Because City play multiple 10s. They don't just play one player there. And like their collection of 10s, I think, is deeper. And again, I'm being generous to not put Chelsea first, but I think Palmer is the best non-Salah player in the league. Liverpool should be second. To who? In attacking midfielders? No. McAllister plays as a 6, and Schaub is worse than Palmer, and Curtis Jones is worse than Palmer. Both those guys are like good. Okay, fine. Here, whatever. I don't care. Whatever. You're making my point for me. We've gone through almost every position, and Chelsea have been outside of the top 4 for one of them. Do I think City have better wingers? Yeah, probably. Sure. Do I think Bournemouth have better wingers? Sure. I don't agree with this at all, but whatever. I hate Chelsea's wingers. They all suck. Yeah. Semenyo's been good this year. Do I think Newcastle have better wingers? Do I think Anthony Gordon in that crew is better? Yeah, maybe. Do I think Villa have better wingers? No, I don't. Do I think Brighton have better wingers? Maybe. I don't think Fulham have better wingers. I don't think anybody below this has better wingers. I think Spurs, with everyone fit, have better wingers. So like 8th. If I'm so Forest has better wingers. Do Forest have better wingers? Or just has every shot gone in? I don't think Forest have better wingers. I don't think that's yeah, I think that's fine. And then striker. I know you're saying Forest. But I don't think Forest have better wingers. Like if I go to Forest, like these guys are better, really? Are they? Is this really better than Nani and the other guys? I don't think so. Cho is better than all of our left wingers. I don't think so. If you get Garnacho, you move up like here, probably. No, it's not. Alanga is close enough to Nani. Not a chance. Not even close. It's not even close. That's not even close. Brentford is weird because they play 2 strikers most of the time. Not even close. And this is and Gibbs-White plays as a 10. So your wingers are Hudson-Odoi and Alanga. And those guys are not better than Sancho and Nani. They're just not. Striker. Liverpool are probably better up front because they play like their gaggle of wingers as strikers. So let's just say they are. City are better. Is Havertz better than Jackson? Is the combo of Havertz and Gabriel Jesus better than Jackson? I'll leave that for you. Chris Wood is probably, whatever, he's not better, but I'll just leave it and say he is. Isak is better. Is Evan Nielsen better? Probably not. I'll say Ollie Watkins is better. Brighton, not better. Fulham, not better. Brentford, is Wissa and Mbeumo better? Is Wissa and Mbeumo better? I don't know. Palace, United. I agree with you, Chris Wood is not better than Jackson, but you love Forest. So what do you want? Palace, no. Manchester United, no. West Ham, no. Spurs, is Solanke better than Jackson? Let me be extremely negative and say yes. He's not, but let me say he is. Everton, no. Wolves, no. Ipswich, no. Leicester, no. Southampton, no. So, like, let me say Brentford. I'll give you guys Brentford. Even though I think this is like a scandalously negative review of Nico Jackson. Because I think Nico Jackson is better, certainly better, which is whatever. So you end up with Chelsea with the 9th best goalkeeper, 4th best center back, 4th best fullback, 4th best defensive midfielder, 3rd best 10, 8th best wingers, 8th best strikers. Our Chelsea, yeah, like I would put Jackson 4th on the list and very close there. Yeah, I think Jackson is one of the 4 best strikers in the league for sure, but I think the fact that Chelsea don't have a backup striker is a minus to them here. Like, I think that is a meaningful. So here's where you grade out. Are Chelsea mid-table outside of Cole Palmer? And the answer is definitely not. Definitely not. And so the second half of this was Elliot Sherman asked, like, if Chelsea are top 4 in every category, does that mean Maresca's doing a bad job? And like the answer to that is when I open up FBref and we rock up to Chelsea and we go to the Premier League and I open it up and I go look at the relative team strengths, Chelsea are about 4th. You do not have a tremendous amount of control around the performances. You guys want to do a manager rank? Sure, let's do manager. Let's do manager. Let's do manager, sure. Okay. Manager. I think Slot is better. He was my pick. I think Arteta is better. He was my pick. I think Iraola is better, for sure. I don't think Eddie Howe is better. I think Pep is better. I don't think Unai Emery is better. I don't think Marco Silva is better. I don't think Nuno Espirito Santo is better. I don't think Oliver Glasner is better. I don't think... Where am I going? Pep, Unai, Marco Silva, so on. Do I think Ange is better? No. Do I think... And I'd consider Emery. I think Maresca and Emery are like very similar level. Like if you made me do like what the gap is between these, it would be like, this would be my manager tier. It would be like Slot, Arteta, Pep. And then it'd be a big gap to like 10th. Something like that, 10th. And then it would be like Maresca, Emery, Howe, Frank, something like this. And Iraola is somewhere in here. And then it would be like Glasner, Nuno, Silva, Moyes. Who else am I missing? Hertzler, Ange, Potter, like in there. And then I'd probably have like McKenna here somewhere. Maybe here. Like if I was being generous, I'd probably have it like McKenna and Amorim in here. And then like, I don't even know, Leicester. I couldn't honestly, like Van Nistelrooy, like fucking down here. And Southampton. And I don't know, I think that's everybody. Who am I missing? I don't know, something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19. Who am I missing? Oh, Vitor Pereira. Yeah. Pereira. That's it. That's all I got. The old Southampton manager name was Russell Martin. Russell Martin. Yeah, I forgot Vitor Pereira. Yeah, like this is what my tier list would look like of managers. Something like this. And like there's like stretches in these tiers. Like I think Frank and Emery are definitely better than Eddie Howe. But I don't know, man. That's where I grade out to. So like to come back to what I was saying was, don't want to don't know. So like to come back to the point I was making is that if you grade it out, like, and say Chelsea have something like the fourth best squad, they're playing like something like the fourth best team. Same thing I said last year. I thought that this team would be basically the same quality as last year, but they would have better health from Nkunku and Fofana and Lavia and James, and that would make them a somewhat better team. My projection before the season was 75 points. Just off of everyone being healthy. Turns out Fofana, James, and Lavia have mostly not been healthy. Chelsea are on pace for 71. Sure. Like, I think Chelsea are a little bit better. I think that's totally fine. It's deeply unsatisfying when you spend so much money in the summer, but I think Chelsea are about fine. Big Sam wipes the floor of Slaughter, Teta, and Pep. Mate, you heard Pep? We talked about Neil Warnock doing the first man marking on him. So, like, I think Chelsea are largely playing to their talent, which is fine. is the point that I'm making is that I think Chelsea are playing mostly to their talent, and their talent is probably top 4. That's where I end up. And again, like, this is a huge, like, humongous performance improvement compared to last year. So this is, oops, I have it backwards. Oops. Humongous improvement compared to last year. Like, just gargantuan on the underlying number. So, I don't know, dude. This is pretty good. We get a lot more penalties and life would be hunky-dory. So, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Luca, I caught it the exact same time as you. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know, man. This is where I'm at. Do I think Iraola would get more from our wingers? No, I think the thing that is I think the thing that Iraola does really well is, like, they are so good defensively. They are so good defensively. And they're so good at using their press to create more. Like, to me, the real negatives about the season are that, like, the defensive stuff has still kind of sucked. Like, the defending has still been not very good. That is, I think, the real negative of this season, is that, like, I thought what I expected in the beginning of the season was that Chelsea's XG difference would creep up a little bit, but it would mostly come up from the attack going down and the defense going down more. Like, Chelsea being a 1.5 XGA team last year is so bad. So bad. 1.2 is better, but it's still not good. It's still not good. Like, you really want to be a team who's going to be like a 30 XG conceded team, sub 40 for this season. Like, that's kind of the goal you're looking for. At least, like, you want to be a 1 or less. And, like, non-penalty is not great. It's really, really not great. That, I think, is the thing I'm, like, most disappointed about this. Where is Poch on that? In this tier. I think Poch is a fine coach. And Poch gets, like, as critical as I have been about Poch gets credit for last season in that you look at the team he played, right? And so you look at the team Chelsea are playing. Chelsea have Colwill a year more experienced. Big benefit. Lose Thiago Silva on the flip side of that, but Colwill's good. You've gotten more out of Fofana this year. James is going to play more minutes. Enzo hasn't missed as much time with injury, but he's also been rubbish. You lose Gallagher. But on the positive side for Poch, he played Mudryk a lot more. He had Broja as a backup 9. He didn't even have the option to play Nkunku, right? Like, whereas Maresca is choosing not to play Nkunku, Poch didn't have the option to play Nkunku. Palmer was, like, deeply unproven commodity. Like, this year it's easy. Yeah, give the keys to Palmer, let him drive. Like, of course. He's great. Everybody knows he's great. Palmer came in as, like, a guy who'd played, like, 10 Pro 90s or something. Like, it's not... Poch did not know that. It's like, that's very different. Same with Jackson. Jackson was a guy who played, like, 20 senior 90s at the first division. Whereas, like, Jackson's a pretty known commodity now. He's, like, a good player. You know he's a good player. It's very easy to play him now. Nani, in Rescue's Flare, Nani has been way better this year than he was last year. He doesn't have Raheem Sterling, who I think would have been useful. Like, the squad was a lot younger last year. And not younger, like, age-wise, but, like, a lot of the young players were much less experienced. So, I mean, it comes and it goes. But I think Rescue's done a fine job in general. Yeah, his work with Jackson Palmer last year changed a lot about the future of the team. Can you imagine if, like let's say Jackson had come in and instead of being like a 0.7 XG plus XA guy, he was like a 0.4 XG plus XA guy. And Palmer, instead of being a 0.8, 0.9 goal or assist a game guy, he was half of that, which would still be awesome. That would have been an awesome outcome. This team would be in ninth or eighth, and you'd be like, yeah. Like, this is the thing. If Palmer and Jackson were bad, I would agree with people about where this team is because the deals around them are not good. Many of them are not good. But I think those players and Caicedo and Colwill and Fofana and James are so good that you can get away with the others being bad. Like if you imagine a world where Chelsea had Barcola and Olise as the wingers, two guys who can press and who are amazing. Can you imagine how good this team would be? Conjure, what's the point though? Like, are we ever going to challenge for the title again? I'm worried we're stuck in top six purgatory. I think that's a totally valid worry that that the club is going to fall into. The club is going to fall into like mid 2010s Arsenaldom. That you're almost always going to make top four, but you're never going to be near the title. I think that's a totally valid fear. Because there are so many players. Like I think I've said this a few times, like that I don't see what the path to this team becoming a title winning team is. I don't see what the path to being a title winning team is. So I don't know. I think it's a valid fear. It's just I don't know how you go from here because like you have between Madueke, Mudryk, Sancho, Neto, those four. You have 180 million in wingers on solid wages, none of whom have the upside to be like a title winning winger. Maybe like if Madueke is your worst attacker, you could get away with it, I think. But like it's not that winger room isn't going to get you there. And then the fact that like Neto just joined and Sancho isn't even a Chelsea player permanently yet. Like what, you're going to move on two wingers this summer? Like okay, you move on from Mudryk. You move on from Mudryk and you get Garnacho or whatever. And like maybe like to me, if you want the optimist case, Compster, right? Like you say, damn, I was hoping you'd disagree. If you want the optimist take, right? Like the this is how Chelsea become a title winning team. The path to that is that the young buys become very, very, very good. That, for example, Esteval becomes a Saka level or Salah level right winger, right? Like he becomes a 0.7 plus XG plus XA guy and scores at that level, right? Like that to me, that's your sell. Kendry Pais becomes an unbelievable 10 or wing. Mark Guiu becomes an excellent striker. Tyreek George hits a development home run. Like Tyreek George becomes a Saka level on the left. One of your midfield prospects, Andre or Leslie or SRS or Keanu Dyer or whatever, like one of those guys hits a development home run. Like to me, that is the one that you can say like that's how it happens. Is like three of those young guys hit lottery tickets and or the die rolls come up in your favor and that's your path. And I think that's like part of the intentional strategy is like let's get a whole bunch of guys. Let's get a whole bunch of young guys and hope some of them pan out. And I don't think it's the worst. I think you're paying a lot of money to do that. And I think there's a lot of dumb transfers in between that. But I don't know. Um, the other thing I think that's difficult is like I think a lot of the like more obvious, easier to do high upside moves like happened in the summer. Like I don't think there's as many now that I love. Like I look at this summer and you're like, okay, Kieran, you get to undo the summer. What wingers do you go get? You have 85 million. You have Sancho plus Neto money. And you got to go get two wingers. Who are the guys you get? Well, I can't do Elise anymore because that deal's done. I don't want to do Tell. Like I probably would be into Garnacho as one of them. But I don't know. Excuse me. Jesus. So like I look at it and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what I would do here. Like I don't think Barcola's gonna be available. Semenyo and Embuemo. This is the thing with Semenyo and Embuemo, right? So like let's pull these guys up. So if I pull up Semenyo, by the way, I watched Antoine Semenyo play for Bristol City against Millwall 2 years ago, and he was like actively so tragic. Like this is the guy you want? Like 0.5, like really? I don't know. If I go get Embuemo's he's having a huge year, but he's another one. Like he's gonna be 26 at the end of the year, which is like not old, but like 26 at the end of the year puts up fine numbers every year, like 0.5. Like that's not. Is that enough of a jump for you to become a title challenger? I don't think so. I have a feeling Elise gets bored of Munich eventually, just a matter of when. I think the one that you're looking at from Bayern is like, can you get Musiala on board? Like, like there is a world where your front four is Jackson, Musiala, Palmer, Estevao, and Estevao hits a good development trajectory, and you're like, yeah, this is sick. But like, you're gonna pay Musiala 500,000 euros a week to play here. That's my feel on things. So, if you said, okay, Kieran, we are firing Winstanley and Stewart, and it's your team. It's your club. You get control of everything. You can do whatever you want. And let's say I have complete control. And let's say that we're not financially cooked. So like I don't have to sell anyone I don't want. But I can manage going forward. I move on from Sanchez because like I think he has like a trauma with the fan base and some of the players that like you will never move past. And he's old and whatever. But like if you can move him for reasonable money, I do. And I run with Jorgensen and Petrovic as my two goalkeepers, two like similarly styled goalkeepers who can hang. And I think that's fine. I try to move on Mark Cucurella and his large wages if you can move him for net value or better. I try to move on Malo Gusto for profit. I consolidate Trev. I consolidate Axel Disasi, Tosin, and Trev into one player. So like my center back room is Colwill, Badiashile, Trev, and Fofana in an ideal world. I move on from Romeo Lavia. I try to get him to City. Or like a big team and be like, look how good he is. I move on from João Felix. I try to hang on to Nkunku, but I'm not mad if I have to move. I move on from Vega. I move on from Mudryk. I move on from Dewsbury Hall. I move on from Cassidy. So already, like, can I just Let me see if we can just like do this in. We can just do this in the sheet. Go live. Move on from David Washington. Stinks. Okay. So here's my team. Okay. Sanchez, we move on from. Who else did I say? Gusto, I try to move on from. Cucurella, I try to move on from. Vega, I move on from. Osin, Disassi, Felix, Dewsbury Hall, Woodrick, Lavia, Cassidy, Carney. Vale is gone anyways. That's why Empo's not going to play. So many kids down here. Okay, so all those guys are gone. Okay, this is where we start. So we've killed a bunch of those minutes. I'm gonna, these guys who didn't play, I'm on. So I try to move those guys for as much as I can. Okay. I put Chilwell back in the squad immediately as a left back. I would not fire Maresca, but I would say, you fucker, the fullbacks don't have to invert. They can hold width. If you do not play the fullbacks as holding width from time to time, I will fire you. Because I'm not buying you these rubbish fullbacks who go into midfield and don't do anything. So, like, use the fullbacks you have and be smart, or I will fire you. That's where I start. So, I've moved all these players. I now have not enough players. So, who comes in? Andre Santos comes back straight into my team. Goes straight into my team. I don't think that I would play Leslie Ugochukwu. However, you need to find out if you can play him. So I would bring Leslie Ugochukwu back, and my midfield room of 4 would be Enzo Fernandez, Moises Caicedo, Andre Santos, and Leslie Ugochukwu. That would be my room of 4. You are going to play twice a week, whether it's Europa League or Champions League, or Chelsea come low enough to make Conference League. You're going to have 2 games a week, and you need 4 midfielders. And I'm always going to play 2 of them. Sometimes it'll be Enzo and Santos or Leslie. Sometimes it'll be Caicedo and one of those guys. Sometimes it'll be Andre and Leslie in Europa League or whatever, but I'm going to bring all 4 of them. And that's my midfield room. Nobody else. That's my midfield room. SRS minutes as the 5th. Yeah, sure, whatever. Him or Keanu or whatever you want to do. Whatever you do. No, I'm not buying Connor back. He costs too much money. He makes too much wages now. I don't want him back. So that's number 1. I then go buy a peak age-ish striker who takes lots of shots. So, like, if I say, like, let's go. I don't want Vlahovic, but I want someone like him. Like, do I go get Mateta? Or do I go get Samu? Or, like, do I go get Amiga? Sure, why not? Let's just say I go get Amiga. I get Amiga as my striker. Let me just, like, figure out all of this. I don't care about anything other than minutes. I don't care about anything minutes. So it's like DM1, AM1, CB1, DM2, ST1, Winger 3 probably, Winger 2, winger 3-ish. AM2, winger 1, AM2, 3, CB2, GK1, CB3, loan, RB1, RB, and so Josh becomes my backup right back. I would say SRS gets a loan because he's a little older. CB4, LB1, CB6/loan, striker 3/4, CM5, 3, CM4, striker 2. So now we're in a place where your starting 11 is Jorgensen in goal. Yeah, I gotta add Petrovic too. Or whatever, or maybe this is Penders. Like it's Penders or Petrovic. I don't really give a shit. We keeping Detro Fofana. We're not keeping Fofana. Fofana's sold. I would love to keep Fofana. Apparently he's a dick. We're moving on. It's too late. Sell him, get the profit, move on. Just keep Alfie as center back 5 and right back 3. So we need another left back. That is definitely true because we moved on from Cucurella. I would start the season with Ish Samuel Smith as LB2, and that's where I would start. I would go into preseason and tell him this is the plan, and I would evaluate over preseason. Do we need to do this now? Do we need to get someone in January and decide then? Because Chilwell and ISS is a very light room. However, you have 2 left-footed center backs. You can get away, and one of them is a backup center back. You can get away with Betty Sheila left back if you have to, and that gives you options. This is where I start with this team. And now I look at this, and I've bought one player. A cheap striker, okay? Not a cheap, but like a striker. I am going to run this team, and we're going to play Chilwell as a left back, James as a right back, Fofana and Colwill. You're going to push Chilwell very high in possession, and Kunku's going to start as the left winger and come inside as a 10. Palmer's going to be the 10. Madueke is going to hold width on the right. Oh, also we have Estevao is in here. Estevao is staying because he's already promised. Winger 5 and 4 nominally, but we're going to leave it. You're going to leave it there. Not enough mobility with Betty Colwell at left back. I think Betty Shelley can totally do that job against some teams. You go Estevao as one of your extra wingers. You're good to go. Madueke holds width on the right. Palmer's your 10. And your strikers are Jackson and whatever striker you buy. And this team is probably thin. It is objectively probably thin. And that's fine. This is a fine place to be to start. If you want to keep Gilchrist as like RB3, CB5, you can. I don't know why I did it there. You can. Right? Like, we can do this. No problem. I don't think you need to, but you can. Felix is gone. I already sold him, dude. Felix is gone. I already sold him. So you end up in a situation, Chilwell holds width, Madueke or Estevao hold width on the right. You have 4 midfielders you like. You have Nkunku and you have Palmer. And so you're probably light at attacking midfielder because you only have Palmer and Nkunku can play there. You could maybe do things like Sancho there or whatever. You're probably light at attacking midfield. And you're light at left back, for sure. For sure, those are the 2. And I would leave the team like this. And you're going to say, well, Kieran, you're going to throw it away. It's not, the team's not deep enough. That's fine. I agree with you that the team is probably not deep enough. I agree with you. However, I need to find that out because let's say this is my team, right? This team is like 28 players. With the Cuckoo wages, wouldn't the same apply for Chilwell? Sure. You can get Chilwell. If you can get Chilwell off and keep Cucurella, whatever, fine. But you're not moving Chilwell. And Cucurella, you may be good. And I have, for what it's worth, I have no problem with you keeping Cucurella. And it's Chilwell, Cucurella left back. I have no problem with that. It's fine by me. Like a lot of what I would do is very, very, very. A lot of what I would do is very dependent on what you can do instead of forcing things. Where like Chelsea put this summer, they just bought whoever they wanted and we're like, well, we're going to throw guys in the bomb squad and we'll get the moves we want, which did not happen. So like a lot of what I would do would be dependent on people going out first. So like if Felix doesn't move, then I have to do something different. If I can't get rid of Cucurella, then I have to do something different. If I can't get rid of all these players, I have to do something different. So like let's say Cucurella stays fine. Anselmino is going on loan to Strasbourg in this plan. Josh is my backup right back, and I'm not buying a center back. My center back room is Colwill, Fofana, Badiashile, Chaloba, and Josh as a spare, and Gilchrist as a spare. And that's my team. You probably don't want to do this with Gilchrist. Like, it's probably overkill to have Gilchrist and Josh there. But, like, this is fine. And this seems a little thin. And there's guys who are probably overtaxed or tasked. And that's fine. Because you can go through and see exactly what you have and who there's too much of and what there's not enough of, and you go. The other thing that's part of this is, like, I have to get rid of Raheem Sterling in here. You got to figure that one out. But, like, this is the team. I wouldn't do anything. I said this in the summer that we just had, that I wouldn't do anything. Because I would wait and see exactly what we have in this team. I would buy a backup 9 and nothing else. I would clear bodies out to open up for more gambles. Because, like, in a year, you'll have a much better sense of what Tyreek George is. You'll have a much better sense of what Mark Guiu is. You have a much better sense of what Josh is. Because, like, let's say Chelsea send Guiu on loan to the Championship or to Belgium or to Holland or something, and Mark Guiu scores 20 goals. Well, now you're like, oh, we just bought a striker, and this guy's really good. What are we doing? Or you go buy a winger, and then Esteva's good. And, like, Kendry, by the way, is on loan at Strasbourg in this as well. Like, those are my two Strasbourg loanees. Are Kendry and Anselmino. I also wouldn't mind sending Carney there, not selling Carney. But depends what deal you can get. Like, you need to figure out actually what these guys are before you fill them. This is why I've been so mad about the winger deals. Is like, if you actually think George and Esteva are really good, buying Neto and Sancho is like a real problem. Imagine the fan base meltdown not receiving a 60 million striker or a world-class goalkeeper. People would be so mad. People would be very mad with Kieran as a whatever. Agree with this. I hate the idea we should buy a midfielder. We have two on loan, two in youth who are quite good. Rather judge them first before I buy a new one. Yeah, like, I don't think Leslie Gachukwu is good enough to play for Chelsea. I don't. That's my opinion of it. But I think you can eat, like, and part of, and I will emphasize this specifically. I think this is actually maybe a suboptimal way to run this summer. Because now, like, let's say if Chelsea make Champions League, like, I don't think you probably don't actually want to do this. Because I think you would find it very difficult to run some of these guys out in Champions League games. And it would be very, very easy for Enzo Maresca to play the starters every game. I think that is a legitimate worry. Again, why I was so frustrated with this summer is that the Conference League was always going to be a really easy way was always going to be a really easy way to get a whole load of backup minutes. A whole load of backup minutes that you could see. You could see what was up, right? Like, can you imagine? Like, let me go back to Chelsea, right? So let's think about the minutes here. Imagine how many minutes we could have gotten. Cassidy is never going to play at Chelsea. Imagine you had 590s to see more of Raksaki or Keanu Dyer or Leslie, right? Or Leslie. The Dewsbury Hall one, what a disaster that one is. Like, imagine. Think of the world where Chelsea don't buy Dewsbury Hall. They moved Cassidy in the summer. And they don't buy João Felix. And you go into this Conference League schedule and you get to play Josh, and you get to play Tyreek, and you get to play Leslie, and you get to play Andre, and you get to play whoever, all at Chelsea, and like actually see, okay, like these guys can hang a little bit. I think there would have been a tremendous amount of utility in that to use the Conference League and use those development minutes. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's all I have to say. Anybody melting down online about the game? Because I feel like people melted down. Do I think Tariq's long-term position is left winger? Yeah, I do. I definitely do. I definitely do think Tyreek's long-term position. Sigh. Okay, we're gonna wrap up there. We've been on for, oh my god, 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. Probably gonna stay off Twitter for the day. Probably wise. Dan Shods is pretty pissed, I'm sure. I'm pissed. We played like ass. I just like want it to be about. I want the meltdowns to be about the right things, and usually they're not. Wouldn't George work better in Enzo's position? How is 3 as a cam? No, he would not. It's 3 a.m. in India, bro. You're dedicated. What is it about Lavia that makes you sell? That he's not good at soccer and that he's always injured. No, like, I think Lavia is a very talented dribbler. I think he's very good at evading presses, but he's a wildly ineffective forward passer. Does not create shots, and he is a sieve defensively off ball. He has lots of tackles and interceptions. You're like, this guy is sick, but he gets bounced around like a cone. So I just don't think he's that good, and he's expensive. Like, if you can move him and do other things with your spot, I would. So it is what it is. If he was fit and healthy, you just bring Andre back and you run Lavia, Andre, Enzo, and Moises, and that's an awesome midfield room. And you don't do it with you don't bring Ruchuku back. Somebody just put a message in chat. That's the perfect message. You can either be not good or injured. You can't be both. You can't be bad and injured all the time. So it is what it is. Anyways, we're gonna wrap it there. There'll be a podcast tomorrow. We'll see how morose I am when I wake up tomorrow. But West Ham is a midweek, so there'll be no stream next week. And we'll see how things go from there, my friends. Anyways, I'm yawning. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully the women smash Arsenal tomorrow, and then we'll all be happy again. And if you're liking it, like the podcast, like the episodes, comment on the episodes, whatever, all those sorts of things. They're good for driving and. So enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody.